A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. Mary believes that if Max was instrumental in helping to improve business in Sanders, the townspeople would soon forget their recent resentment toward him. Max feels it is a losing battle. Although his devotion for the town his father founded is deep, he has agreed to sell out to Gerald Pruce and leave the place for good. His price is $10,000, which is the money he needs for Phyllis's operation, the deed to the Old Stratford Hotel, and a contribution to Dr. Benson's clinic with no strings attached. All week he has refused to tell Mary where he is getting this money. Friday was the red letter day when Pruce promised to have the cash ready. Pruce phoned Max at his home, and Max asked him,
Well, listen, have you got the money ready, Pruce? Huh? Oh, yeah? Well, swell. That's all I want to know. Yeah, I'll be over in about, say about a half... Man alive. No, I ain't talking to you. Sounds like there's been an accident out in front of the joint. What? Yeah, well, so long. Say, Mary, hurry up outside. There's been an accident right outside in front of the wall.
All right, Max.
So what happened?
Some darn dog, Mr. Barton. She ran right in front of the car.
Oh, is anyone hurt?
I can't say yet.
Here, let me help you out of the car, Mr. Barton.
Darn door stuck.
I'll run up to the house and get something to force it open.
Wait, I think you could pull.
Now, push.
There, that's got it.
Are you all right?
Well, I seem to be all in one piece. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, I guess I'm all here.
Oh, your lip's bleeding.
It's nothing serious. I bit it when the car hit.
You certainly smashed that tree.
Well, don't worry about the tree. Just be sure you're not hurt.
Only a few scratches here and there.
Yeah, perhaps you better let a doctor look you over.
Yes, come on in the house. I'll call Dr. Benson.
What? A little hide off my wrist?
Well, just in case.
Stop worrying. I'm okay.
More than we can say for the car.
Well, how did it happen?
Well, I was coming up over the hill, and the car was going about 40, I guess, and some pooch dashed right across the road in front of me.
Where'd he go? I hope he didn't hit him.
No, he didn't. I turned fast to miss him, and we skidded into this tree.
You're certainly lucky the car got all the damage.
I should say so. I'm glad we didn't hurt that pup either.
Oh, why don't you both come in the house and freshen up? I'll put some iodine on those scratches, too.
Oh, thanks. That's nice of you.
I'll stay here and see if I can start the car.
Forget the car for a few minutes, and we'll look at it later.
Right in this way.
Oh, thanks.
I hate to impose on you like this.
Oh, don't be silly. I'm glad we can help.
Hey, who bit the dust?
These people had an accident, Max.
Zowie. Oh, that fender looks like a pretzel.
We did a major operation on your lawn, too.
You mean I did
Oh,
one?
you couldn't help it.
That's all right. The grass needed cutting anyway. Say, what happened?
Well, I swerved to avoid hitting a dog and hit the tree instead.
Those wacky hounds. I busted a collarbone once when one of them sat down in front of my jalopy to scratch a flea.
Thank heavens this wasn't serious.
Boy.
Max, will you open the door?
Huh? Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is my husband, Max Sanders.
Oh, glad to know you. I'm Jeffrey Barton.
Hi.
How do you do,
Mr.
sir?
Shaw.
How do you
How do you
do?
do, Mr. Shaw? The living room's this way, gentlemen.
Yeah, sure. Come right in.
Here. Certainly have a nice place here.
Yeah, we like it. Thanks.
Will you excuse me a minute? I want to put some fresh towels in bed, please.
You're putting you to a lot of trouble.
Oh, not a bit.
No, of course not. Sit down and make yourself homely.
Thanks.
You know, I hate to admit it, but I do feel sort of shaky.
Oh, do you? Well, how about a shot?
I wouldn't say no.
You?
Don't use it, thanks. Doctor's order.
Oh, I see. Well, how'll it be? Straight or with soda?
Straight. A little water if you have it.
Sure, I'll have Mary bring some.
Hey, aren't you joining me?
No, I gotta beat it. You see, I got a guy waiting for me.
Well, don't let us keep you if you have business.
Okay. Anything you want, don't be afraid to holler.
Thanks. We appreciate it.
Glad I met you, Mr. Sanders.
That's all right. Same here. So long, fellas. Hey, Mary. Hey, Toots.
Yes, Max, what is it?
Hey, come here. Listen. I got a seat.
Yes, children have that basket in there. What do you want, dear?
Well, listen, honey. Do you love me?
Silly. And right out of a clear sky. What brought that on?
Remember, this is Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Well, today I get the dough for Phyllis's operation.
Oh, Max, it's so wonderful. I'm holding my breath.
Yeah, it'll be swell, but you got to promise that you'll still love me.
Max, what's this all about?
Well, it's that left-handed miracle, Mary.
Oh, the miracle that appears to be a calamity at first, but works out for the best?
Yeah, that's it.
Max, I don't like to be the kind of wife who insists on knowing all of her husband's business, but there are times when a man should talk things over with.
No, but listen, Toots, not this time.
Well, I don't agree with you, but we're strangers in the house, so I'm not going to quarrel.
Listen, honey, don't get sore.
I'm not, Max, but this mystery's a little wearing.
Here, give me goodbye, kids.
Where are you going?
Now, give me the kiss.
Such a little boy.
You'll love me no matter what?
Yes, dear.
All right. I'll see you later. Oh, hey, I forgot. Get one of them guys a drink, will you?
All right, dear.
Okay.
These Sanders seem like a nice couple, Sean.
Yeah, she's an uncommonly good-looking woman, too.
I wouldn't mention that in front of her husband. He might be the jealous type.
I'm not ready to commit suicide. I saw those muscles, too.
Well, accidents must agree with you two.
We've decided this is a very pleasant accident, Mr. Sanders.
Now, I take credit for picking the location.
Here's your water, Mr. Shaw. Sorry I was so long.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Sanders.
Aren't you drinking, Mr. Barton?
No, tea is my strongest beverage.
Oh, then I'll make you some while you're freshening up.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I can't let you go to all that trouble.
Now, I shall be angry if you mention that word trouble again.
All right, you insist. Tea is a pick-up.
The bathroom's just upstairs. First door on the left. Think you'll find everything you need.
We'll get along, thanks.
You go ahead first, Shaw. I want to make a phone call if Mr. Sanders doesn't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. Phone's right here in the hall.
I won't be long, Mr. Barton.
Take your time.
And if you want me, I'll be in the kitchen.
I guess I...
Oh, you're hurt.
I guess I have a nastier cut on my wrist than I thought.
Well, let me see it.
Just here. Didn't notice it until I put back my shirt sleeve just now.
Well, I'd better wash it off and put some iodine on it. Do you mind coming out into the kitchen?
Not at all.
Yes, forgive the way the kitchen looks. I have 2 children.
Oh, I know children. You shouldn't apologize. It looks very homelike.
Now, that's the kind way of saying it's untidy. Here, let me take Jimmy's bottle of Beetles off this chair so he can sit down.
I remember when I used to catch bugs, put them in bottles. Yeah, it's a long time ago. At least 100 years.
Oh, I don't believe that. Now, just hold your arm still while I wash this.
Runs that like a professional.
Well, at one time, I thought I'd like to be a nurse.
Then Cupid stepped in, huh?
Well, Max isn't the general conception of Cupid. I can just see him with a ribbon around his tummy holding a gilded bow and arrow.
You appear to be a very happy woman, Mrs. Sanders.
I am. There. Now for the iodine. And so here.
Sanders?
All over.
Patient survives.
He's a very good patient. Want to use phone now?
Please. I want to have a garage man come up and look at the car. If Shaw starts fooling with it, we'll never get to Williamsport.
Say, I know. I'll call Rube. He's more or less of a town character. But Max says he knows a car like a mother does a baby.
Well, then let's have Rube take a crack at it.
All right.
I want to make Williamsport as early as possible.
I'll tell him that Rube it's a matter of life or death.
Good.
Pardon me, Mr. Button.
Now,
Hello? Mr. Cruz. Why, no, Max isn't here. He left a few minutes after he spoke to you. Is there any message? No, I didn't know. I see. Goodbye.
Would you call him now, Mrs. Why, Sanders, you look pale. Is anything wrong?
I wish I knew, Mr. Barton.
How much do you know, Mary? Did Proust tell you what Max is planning to do? Something in his conversation must have alarmed you greatly to have made you turn pale. Has Proust discovered some new way to strike at you and your loved ones?
The Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Say, Ethelbert, what's today's date?
It's the 17th, Casey.
How do you know?
Because tomorrow's the 18th. It's a famous day.
What do you mean, a famous day?
It's the anniversary of the famous ride of Paul Revere.
Did I hear somebody say famous? Why, I was just going to talk about something famous.
Is that so?
Sure, Anchor Hawking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Box of Death. $3:00 in the morning. A darkened street, deserted, except for a uniformed policeman languidly making his lonely rounds. In the middle of the sidewalk, he sees a large wooden packing case. He stops, reads a stenciled inscription on it, and then angrily enters an apartment building and rings a doorbell marked Superintendent.
Is that you at the door, Fred?
This is a policeman.
Policeman?
Yes, open up.
Just a minute. What is it, officer?
Does Mrs. George Donald live here?
What? I'm Mrs. Donald. You haven't brought me bad news.
I'm giving you a summons for blocking the sidewalk with that big box out there.
Big box?
A wooden packing case. Someone will break his neck on it.
But I don't know anything about a wooden box.
It's got your name on it. Come and see.
Okay. You know, for a moment I was afraid you were here about my husband.
Why should I be here about your husband?
He hasn't come home tonight. I've been waiting for him.
He must be an awful chump to stay out when he's got a wife as young and good-looking as you are.
He doesn't usually stay out.
Say, the super of this house is named Swanson. What are you and your husband doing in this apartment?
Mr. Swanson has rented us a room in his apartment until we can get a place of our own.
The old housing shortage, huh?
Yeah.
Well, there's the box, Mrs. Donald. See, it's got your name and address on it.
But I haven't the slightest idea what's in it or who left it here.
This sounds awful screwy to me.
Yes, it does to me, too. Officer, open it and see what's inside.
Yeah, maybe I'd better. It's heavy as it looks.
The lid is loose, just tied down with ropes. Cut the rope, officer. Cut it.
Okay, but what are you acting scared about?
I don't know, but cut that rope quick. Now, lift the lid.
Sure. Holy! A man's inside. A dead man. He's been shot through the head.
Oh, it's Fred. My husband. Fred!
Well, then, Captain Logan, I took this girl, this Mrs. Donald, as she called herself, back here to the super's apartment where I got on the phone and called you homicide, Dix. When I got through phoning, I couldn't find the girl. She scrammed out through a window.
No, letting an important murder witness get away isn't going to help your record, Costello.
Wait a minute. Don't blame the cop, Logan. He had no reason to figure the gal would take a powder.
When I want your advice, Casey, I'll ask for it.
Oh, okay, pal.
She isn't such an important witness, Captain. There's hardly a thing that she could tell you that we don't already know.
And you keep out of this, Miss Williams. What did you just say?
Annie remarked that we could tell you a few things, pal.
You?
Mm-hmm.
Costello.
Yes, sir?
Report to your precinct station and stay on call for further orders from me.
Yes, sir.
And next time you meet a woman who identifies herself as Mrs. George something or other and then refers to her husband as Fred, you get suspicious and hang on to her no matter how good-looking she is.
Yes, sir.
Now get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Now, Casey, give. You too, Miss Williams.
Oh, you're asking for our advice?
I'm demanding whatever information you have.
Well, he's entitled to it, Casey.
Yes, he really is, Annie, but at times he has such bad manners.
Will you cut the comedy? I'm in no mood for it.
Okay, well, in the first place, according to the witnesses, Mrs. George Donald could have had no part in the murder of her husband.
I know
Now,
that.
wait a minute. She was too crazy about the guy she married to do him any harm.
How do you know that?
Because we recognized the dead man in that box. It was Fred Lister.
Who and what was Fred Lister?
He's a small-time crook, Logan. Never mixed up with anything big enough to bring him in contact with you homicide guys. While he was alive, that is. Up to a couple of months ago, he was a kind of errand boy for Lucky Carson.
Yeah, I've come in contact with Lucky Carson plenty of times.
Not close enough to pin anything on him.
Yeah, go on. Tell me about this Fred Lister.
Well, he had the good taste and the bad judgment to fall for a gal that his boss liked.
Lucky?
Yeah.
A gal named Ella Hagen, hat-check girl at the Silver Derby Club.
Both Ann and I knew her. She's a nice kid. Fred Lister became a nice guy after he met her. He left his mob, got an honest job, and he and Ella were married.
Casey was told that Lucky Carson was pretty sore about the whole thing.
I was also told that Fred and Ella had been tipped off that they'd better pull a fade out. Well, apparently they took the tip seriously. They were living in this joint under an assumed name.
But they didn't hide well enough when they did their fade out.
You two think this Fred Lister was killed at Lucky Carson's order?
That's right. This job is just the sort that lousy rat would pull on a gal who'd thrown him down for another guy.
Yeah, I'll issue a pickup order for Lucky Carson right away.
Then what?
We'll try to get something on him.
Optimist, are you?
That rat can't get away with murder forever, Casey. Come on, we'll go to headquarters and wait for him to be brought in.
I don't know why you're always picking on me, Captain Logan. It's time you got wise to yourselves and lead off.
I'll lay off after I'm able to prove something, Lucky, and you're out of circulation for keeps.
That statement implies a malicious persecution of my client, Captain Logan.
You keep out of this, Webster. And that's another thing. Of course, it was mere coincidence that your lawyer was with you when my men picked you up this morning.
Sure. Purely coincidental, Captain. I happen to be spending the night at Mr. Carson's apartment.
And 3 others of my mob, my business associates, was with us.
Someday you'll slip up on one of those phony alibis. You should realize that, Webster, and stop playing with trouble. You've got more brains than Lucky and his kind.
Who says Webster has more brains than me?
You heard me say it, didn't you?
He's trying to get you sore, Lucky. Now, don't fall for it. Now, since you haven't a thing on my client, we'll be leaving here, Captain.
So long, Captain. Poor Fred Lister was a nice punk. I'll be sending a swell hunk of flowers to his funeral, and I hope you get whoever bumped them off. Only I doubt if you will.
Don't be too sure.
Okay. So long, Casey. And Miss Williams.
Lucky.
Yeah?
Say, what's that thing on your watch chain? You've been running your fingers over it ever since you came in here.
It's my luck piece, Casey.
Your luck piece?
Yeah. It's just an old Indian head penny with a hole bored in it. But I wouldn't sell it for $100,000. I found it on the street one day when I was a punk. It's brought me luck ever since. Look at me now.
Lucky thinks it's a reason for his success.
Well, for a long time now, I ain't been able to hire and fire brainy guys like you, and I mean I have.
Well, I wasn't saying that you weren't right about it.
Yeah. Let's get out of here. Open the door.
Oh, sure, Lucky. Sure.
Get smart, Captain. Lay off me from now on.
Get out of here, both of you.
So long.
Those lousy rats. And there isn't a thing I can do to them.
That lawyer Webster's really worse than Lucky because he knows more.
Lucky doesn't like anyone to say that, Annie.
I noticed that.
I never knew about that Indian head penny before.
Yeah, nearly all crooks carry something they think brings them luck.
Doesn't look as though you'll pin Fred Lister's murder on Lucky, Captain.
No. From where we sit now, Miss Williams, there isn't a chance.
I don't agree with that, Logan.
Why not?
I'm going to have a talk with Fred Lister's wife.
With Lister's wife?
Yeah. I think I can find Ella. You're a close friend of hers, Annie.
Well, why haven't you said so before? You know I want to question that gal.
Questioning her won't get you anywhere, Logan. I want to tell her a few things.
Judson had no right to tell you I was hiding here in her apartment, Casey.
You knew I wanted to help you, Ella.
Nobody can help me. Fred's gone. I loved him, Casey. Now he's gone.
Yeah, you've had a rotten break, kid. I guess you've got an idea who killed him.
I know who killed him.
Lucky Carson?
Yes.
When you skipped out on that cop this morning, I figured you wanted to pay Lucky off personally. Right?
That's my business.
You know, Ella, murder is murder. Even if it happens to be Lucky Carson.
I have a plan to pay him off.
I think I have a better plan to pay him off than you have.
What do you mean?
Well, Lucky considers himself quite a guy. He wouldn't be too much surprised if you paid him a visit, a social one. He's got a big yen for you.
Talk straight.
All right, Ella, I will. But don't tell me my idea's crazy until you've thought it over. Now, here's what I want you to do.
Not all glass is alike. In fact, there are almost as many different kinds of glass as there are flowers in your garden. Some glass is produced for fragile beauty, others for sturdiness. And Anchor Hocking, the world's largest maker of household glass, produces glass of all kinds. The particular glass we're going to talk to you about tonight is Fire King oven glass, which combines beauty and sturdiness to an unbelievable degree. Now, you use Fire King oven glass for baking and for serving. It's so impervious to heat that it's guaranteed for a full 2 years against oven breakage. And the special Fire King process makes its surfaces actually mirror smooth. Fire King oven glass won't absorb baking stains. It won't absorb baking odors. It comes clean miraculously. Now, big 2-quart Fire King oven glass casseroles, pie plates, mixing bowls, and utility dishes of all kinds are now available at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, and department stores, all at incredibly low prices. Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
Who did you say wants to see me, Slug?
That Dame Ella, who was married to that punk Lister till night before last.
Show her in.
No, wait, Slug.
What's eating you, Webster?
Are you nuts, Lucky? That dame came to your apartment before her husband's even buried for just one thing. You.
She knows now that I don't stand for no crossing up. James Doper guys who taught him a lesson.
Some dames don't, and this Ella...
I'm not dope. Bring her in, Slug. But don't take your eyes off her. If she pulls a phony move, you know what to do.
Yeah, okay, Lucky.
You get behind that screen, Webb, and watch her.
I'm not one of your bodyguards.
You better be if this babe tries a fast one. You carry a rod, get back at that screen and keep it ready.
Well, okay.
Not that I expect any trouble.
Here's the tank, boss.
Hello, Lucky.
Ella, this is both a surprise and a pleasure.
Of course you know about Fred.
Yeah, and I'm awful sorry. I hope you didn't pay no attention to what the papers hinted, that I had something to do with his killing. They had to admit that the cops turned me loose right after they picked me up.
I read the papers.
Wait till you see the big floral piece I'm having sent to the undertakers for poor Freddie. It's a pearly gates ajar, Ella, done in gardenias and white roses. It'll set me back over $1,000. It'll show what I thought of your husband.
I realize what you thought of him, Lucky.
Now, look here, baby.
Don't try to kid me, and I won't try to kid you. I made a big mistake when I married Fred. You've proven that to me. Now I've learned my lesson, and do I have to be afraid of you, Lucky?
You afraid of me?
I had to come here today to find out. You won't hurt me, will you? You won't hurt me.
Ella, honey, you ought to know I would. Here, sit down on this sofa. Put your head on my shoulder and have a good cry. There, that's right.
Oh, Lucky, I've been so afraid.
Forget it, kid. Why, I wouldn't let no one hide a hair of your head. All I want is we should be pals.
I consider that a great privilege.
How about a kiss, huh? To make it a contract?
No, not now. Not till after Fred is put away.
No, I appreciate your sentiments. They show you ain't no common bimbo, Ella. But we'll get together after the funeral, huh? For dinner here? Tomorrow night. Okay?
Okay. I've got to go now.
So soon?
Well, it wouldn't look right if I stayed any longer. Now. Besides, you've given me what I came for. Your friendship. Thanks.
The pleasure's going to be all mine.
Not altogether, Lucky. So long.
Show the lady out, Slug.
Sure thing.
We're making an early dinner, babe. 7 o'clock. As soon as you can ditch the pallbearers.
You can expect me. Goodbye.
Bye. You can come out now, Webb.
Oh, thanks.
Well, she didn't try no fast ones, did she?
No, you were right. I was wrong.
That's the way it usually is.
Thanks, God, boss. I sure got to hand it to you.
I get what I want, Slug. If not one way, I get it another. Webb.
Yep.
Run over to my caterer's joint and tell him to fix up 2 dinners for tomorrow night. And be sure he has crepe Suzettis. They'll be appropriate for after the funeral. Get going.
Oh, see here. I'm your lawyer.
You're whatever I tell you to be. On your way.
All right, as soon as I get my coat. Boy, I sure envy you, boss. It'll be nice having that cute little chick all alone. You was born lucky.
No, I wasn't born that way, Slug. I was always unlucky, till one day I found it's gone.
Huh?
My penny. My Indian head penny.
Penny?
And my luck piece. Look for it, Webb. You too, Slug.
Okay.
It must have fallen on the floor. I know it was hanging on my watch chain just a few minutes ago.
Well, I don't see it.
Look for it, you dope. I was rubbing my fingers on it for luck when Ella come in. So I'm sure Ella.
What's the matter now?
She took it. Stole it. That dirty little double-crosser. Wait till I get her with my lucky penny. Come on. We're going after her. And look out for it.
He tripped over that footstool. Yeah. His head hit that piano like.
Got cold.
Flat on his puss.
Yeah. Flat on his puss.
Gee. I never knew Lucky to meet with an accident before. Hey, it's funny, ain't it?
Don't let him hear you laughing when he comes to.
I ain't laughing. I mean, it's funny him taking a nosedive right after he lost his lucky penny.
Yes, Slug, it is funny. Wonder what he'll think about it when he comes to.
Casey, you were telling me about sending that gal Ella to Lucky Carson's apartment this afternoon.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'd nearly finished, Ethelbert.
Yeah.
Well, she clipped the luck piece off his watch chain, and I was waiting for her outside in my car. She got in. I took her back to her hideout, and that's all there was to it.
You figure losing that Indian head penny's going to bother Lucky a lot?
I think it'll do a lot more than bother him, Ethelbert. He's a dumb guy and a superstitious guy. The loss of that luck piece will drive him haywire.
And when a crook in Lucky Carson's position doesn't watch every step he takes, well, he only has to make one mistake, Ethelbert.
Yeah, which the cops will be watching for like a bunch of hawks.
Captain Logan knows about your scheme, huh?
Oh, sure. He's giving Ella Lister plenty of police protection, too.
You've told him where she's hiding out?
Well, Lucky's pretty sure to figure that she took that penny, and he'll try to get it back.
Tomorrow he'll be tipped off to her hideout, accidentally, on purpose. And then, unless I'm completely wrong, he'll make his mistake.
Say, what's she done with the penny, Casey?
I have it. Ella hates Lucky so much she didn't want anything around that belonged to her.
Let me see the thing.
There it is. Yeah, it's just an old penny with a hole in it.
You think it's really Lucky?
Of course not.
How could it be?
Luck's mostly a matter of belief, pal. Self-confidence, I guess. You got it or you haven't got it.
I don't know about that. I'll give you $1 for this penny, Casey.
$1? Look, if you want the thing, I'll give it to you, Ethelbert.
You will?
Well, sure, it's yours, here.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, but don't let Lucky Carson know you've got it. You might find yourself in a spot.
Oh, I won't let nobody know I've got it, except you, of course.
Okay. Well, come on, Annie. It's getting kind of late. I'll drive you home.
Okay, I could do with a little sleep.
Well, good night, Ethelbert.
Night, Casey. Night, Miss Williams.
Night, Ethelbert.
Where'd I leave the car, Annie?
Across the street, dope.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Boy, I'm tired, huh?
Hello, Casey.
Lucky.
Evening, Miss Williams.
Hello.
I want you two should meet one of my boys, Mrs. Big Slug.
How are you?
I'm okay.
You already know Webster.
Yeah, nice to see you two again.
So nice, we're keeping you with us for a while.
Keeping us with you?
Their hands in their pockets, Annie. They got guns on us.
That's right. We're all getting into this car here, like old friends. You first, Slug. Casey next.
Hey, what's the big idea?
We'll talk about that later. Get in.
Okay.
You too, Miss Williams.
I guess I haven't much choice.
You haven't. You drive, Webster. I'll sit in back with Slug and our friends.
No, I must show.
Get going.
Okay.
Where are we going? Keep you from asking so many questions, Casey. Here.
Hit him with that gun.
Give this face a thanks, Slug. Sure. They're both out nice, boys. Head for the country, Webb. When we get to a dark, deserted road, I'm going to have some fun.
This must finally coming too, boss. You put real stuff behind that crack on the head you give me.
Casey, I thought for a while he killed you.
I wouldn't do that, Miss Williams. Yes. You feel good enough to talk now, Casey?
That talk, Lucky?
Yeah. Where's my lucky penny?
We don't know anything about a penny.
Can it, Casey? I know you put Ella Logan up to stealing it.
Lucky discovered his loss right after Ella left this afternoon. He was about to go after her when he had a little accident.
Never mind about that. Accidents can happen to anybody.
Sure, Lucky, sure. Anyway, I had the foresight to go to a window and see Ella leave the building and get into a car. And you, Casey, were driving that car.
After that, it was easy to add things up.
Very easy. I know you, Casey, and I told Lucky.
I'd have figured it if you hadn't told me, Webb. Casey, you had that thing steal my luck piece because you knew I'd go after it. And when I went after it, the cops were going to be around watching when I started to twist Ella's double-crossing neck. But I'm too smart for guys like you. I was waiting for you when you come out of the Blue Note Cafe. And here you are. Now, where's my penny?
I don't know.
No?
No.
You'd better come clean.
You've already searched him. You know he hasn't got it.
You can tell me where it is and how to get it.
I think, Lucky thinks that Ella wouldn't keep anything that belonged to him because, for some unaccountable reason, she doesn't like him.
That's right, Webb. Hey, this is a nice lonely spot. Stop the car.
Okay.
Casey, I'm going to make you tell me where and how to get back my luck piece. Pull him out of the car, Slug.
Come on, guys. Come on.
Casey, they'll talk to you. I got
No. Keep quiet, Ann.
Big Slug here will break every bone in your body, Casey. Slowly. If you don't
I can't tell you anything I don't know. Big Slug's an awful sap if he does anything for a boss who's lost his luck.
Go to work on him, Slug.
Wait. Listen to me, Slug, and you too, Webster. You guys have got brains. You taking orders from this dumbbell? Orders that may land you in the hot seat all because he's lost a penny?
Hit him, Slug. Hit him.
No, don't hit him.
Webster!
Talk, Casey. Webb and me are listening.
Slug!
I knew you guys had sense. This jerk you worked for is washed up. All he ever had to keep him on top was a lousy copper luck piece, and he's lost it. He's sunk. He's through.
That's a cockeyed lie.
Slug and Webster don't think so, Carson. You're not Lucky Carson anymore.
Cut it.
They're not saps enough to go through with your plan. They know every cop and every newspaper in town would go after our murderers and keep after them until they were caught.
I've said enough of this. You can't turn my guys against me, Casey. I'll show you.
Webster.
You shot him. Just as you're going to shoot Casey.
Yes, Miss Williams. Thanks, fella. You won't regret that. I'm sure I won't, Casey. I've wanted to kill Lucky Carson for a long time. And this afternoon, Slug agreed that it was a nice idea.
Yeah, a swell idea.
Gee, thanks. Thanks for saving our lives.
Oh, don't thank us yet, Miss Williams. Or you, Casey. Why not?
Tell him, Webb.
You and Miss Williams would prove awkward witnesses if Slug and I were brought to trial. Remember, I'm really a lawyer. I mean to become boss of the former Lucky Carson mob.
Yeah, and when your dead bodies are found close to Lucky's, why, the cops will figure he shot you and you shot him.
That's right, Slug. You see, Casey and Miss Williams, we're going to kill you with a gun Lucky didn't have a chance to use. And then return the gun to his dead hand. The gun I shot him with will be found close to you. You get it?
You shot him and he shot you.
We get it.
Oh, Casey.
No. Don't see any way out of this one, kid. There isn't any way out.
Pick up Lucky's gun, Slug, and do the job.
Oh, you thought up this swell idea, Webb. It's your right to do it.
Well, I don't mind. First, I'll put this gun that I shot Lucky with near Casey so that it will look as if he dropped it. Yeah. Just right about here. Now, you keep him covered, Slug, while I get Lucky's gun.
No, you don't, Webb.
Slug, what goes?
You're the smart guy, Webb, but I'm smarter. I'm gonna be the boss of this mine.
No, don't shoot.
Well, he's done for. Now, lady, and Casey,
Webster dropped his gun too close to me, Slug.
Did you kill him,
Did I kill him?
I hope not, Annie. Hey, look, will you see? I never shot a guy before.
There are two great safeguards which protect you in buying prepared foods of any kind. One is the packer's name on the label. He spent a great deal of money in telling you about its quality because he believes in his product. He can't jeopardize for a single moment that enormous investment. The second safeguard, which the better food packers of America are bringing you in increasing numbers, is the glass container. For the glass container lets you see exactly what you buy before you buy it. At a glance, you can judge the quality of fruit, vegetables, meats, and seafood. And then, too, food packers know that glass won't affect taste or flavor. You can safely reseal the glass container to store leftovers. Now, it'll pay you to shop for foods packed in glass and to let your retailer know that you prefer foods packed in glass. Crystal clear, sanitary Anchor glass containers, which bring you so many of the better brands of food, and the Anchor vacuum caps, which protect them, are products of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
You didn't kill that big slug guy, huh, Casey?
No, Ethelbert, he'll live.
Until he goes to the chair for killing Webster.
And Webster killed Lucky Carson. The gang's washed up.
That's right.
But not quite the way Mr. Casey figured on washing it up.
Well, okay, Annie, rub it in. I can take it. But I wasn't wrong about one thing, that Indian head penny. If I hadn't put Ella up to taking it, Lucky and his mob might still be doing business, don't forget.
You were wrong about that Indian head penny itself, though.
What do you mean?
Huh?
Miss Williams, less than half hour after Casey gave me that thing, I got a phone call telling me I'd won a $25 silk hat on a ticket I bought for 50 cents.
Silk?
You're like my sister Edna says, quote, even a penny can go to your head. Unquote.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures, all products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Deep. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. No one is safe from cancer. It strikes young and old, rich and poor alike. Help bring this vicious killer under control. Give to the American Cancer Society's Drive for Fun. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Death is a knockout. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. Death is a knockout. A very exciting story of a golden opportunity that was melted down by murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was the night of the Joey Troy-Billy Sampson light heavyweight boxing match, and the crowd was already pushing into Madison Square Garden, filling it up. A few blocks away, another match was taking place in a small cafe between Hank Barnum, a sports writer, and lovely Ann Cooper, a reporter.
For Pete's sake, Ann, you might try to be reasonable.
Don't tell me, Hank. You're a personal friend of Pop Evans, Joey Troy's manager. You were the first one to give Joey Troy a break in print.
There are no more tickets left.
Oh.
Why didn't you ask me a few days ago? I might have been able to swing a pass.
I didn't see what I see now.
Oh, what do you see now?
A human interest story. The romance between Joey Troy and that girl of his. What's her name?
Mabel Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but, Ann, that's been going on for years. I told you all about it.
It was never important until tonight.
And tonight?
I've got a yen to do a feature. Joey Troy, the brainless wonder, fighting for a crack at the champ. Tonight, Billy Sampson. Next year, the champ. Who pushed him up the cliff to those dizzy heights?
Pop Evans.
No, dear, not according to my story. It was a girl who stuck to him, inspired him, gave him the will to make good. Oh, by the way, who's that gorgeous redhead coming this way?
Huh? Oh, that's Mabel Smith.
I figured you'd be having dinner in this joint. You mind if I sit down?
Mabel, this is Ann Cooper.
Hello. Yeah, Hank, I got to talk to you about something very important.
Okay, go ahead.
What about her?
She's all right.
Well, okay. There's trouble, Hank.
You enjoy?
No, it's Marty French. He wants Pop to get Joy to throw the fight.
Uh-huh.
But Pop ain't doing it, and that means that...
Now, take it easy, Mabel. What's the proposition?
$50,000 if Joy takes it on the chin in the fourth round.
Well, why didn't Pop tell me about it?
He's scared stiff. The story broke in the papers, the fight might be called off.
Would that be bad for Joey's morale?
He don't know what's cooking, Miss Cooper. We didn't tell him.
Why not?
Because he's a dumb cluck who gets mad. He'd go after Marty and kill him.
What do you want me to do, Mabel?
You going to be in Joy's corner tonight like always?
Yep.
Well, keep an eye on the towels they wipe his face with between rounds. Make sure there's no drug on him.
All right, honey. I'll do what I can.
I'll be watching from the 8th row ringside. So long, Hank. I'll see you later. Goodbye, Miss Cooper.
Goodbye, Mabel. Well, there's going to be a hot time in the old town tonight. And I'm burning up because I won't be there.
Are you listening to me, Joey?
Sure, Pop. You know I always listen to you.
Now, keep pushing him. Don't give him a chance to get set.
You want me to take him this round, Pop?
I'll let you know.
You better tell me now, Pop. I don't hear so good when I'm fighting.
Now, there's the buzzer, kid. Now, we've got to clear out.
But, Pop, what do I do?
Go after him. But don't leave yourself open.
Okay, I'll knock him out.
Now, Pop, that's the fourth round coming up.
Now, what's so special about the fourth round, Hank?
Nothing. Could be a lucky number.
Is that all?
What's the matter with you tonight? You've been barking at me like a mutt.
What's the idea of checking the stuff we take in the ring?
There's no harm in smelling the towels, is there?
Well, it ain't necessary either. Joey, get after him. You got him going now. Use both hands. Both hands. Don't give him a chance to get set. He's going to knock him out, Hank. He's going to knock him out. Both hands, Joey. Don't let him get off the rope.
Pop, what's the matter?
I don't...
Pop. Pop Evans. Hey, somebody get a doctor, quick.
I didn't think you'd do it, Hank. I didn't think you'd try to commit murder with 20,000 people around it.
Mabel, you sure you saw the gun?
I told you. Marty French was sitting next to me. I know where the shot came from.
I didn't hear a thing, and there isn't a mark on Pop.
There was a shot, Hank. Marty was telling me how tough it would be if me and Joey never got married. And then Joey went to work on Billy Sampson, and then
He's coming, too.
Shot.
You see? He heard it, too. That's when he fainted.
Shot. Joey.
Take it easy, Pop. You gotta relax.
Let me up. I got to see Joey. He's been shot.
He's all right, I tell you.
Where is he?
Upstairs winning a fight for you.
Hiya, pals.
Marty.
Yeah. I saw them carry you away, Pop. I thought maybe you had an accident.
You tried to kill him.
Me? Hey, what's this? Something for the press?
You got a gun on you, Marty.
I'm going to tell you.
All right, if you'd rather talk to a cop.
Hank, let's not have any trouble.
Listen, Pop, are you afraid of this
I don't want any trouble.
The way I let people talk about me. Chalk it up to a good mood. I got news.
Joey lost.
No, sweetheart. Your dumb boyfriend is the leading contender now. He gets first crack at the champ.
When did it happen?
2 minutes and 18 seconds, the 7th round.
And I wasn't there to see him do it. I've been with him in every fight, and the biggest one so far...
They're taking pictures now, and he's talking on the radio. You know how much I dropped tonight, Pop?
That's got nothing to do with us.
$100,000, sister. But don't get me wrong. I'm not sore. I'm considering it an investment.
What does that mean, Marty?
You know, Hank, I look at you and I get ideas. Stick around. I'll give you a story you'll never be able to write.
Such as?
Just stick around. Now, I brought a bottle of champagne. The best.
What for?
We're going to have a few drinks to Joey. To the next champ.
Not with me, you're not.
Okay, then beat it.
What? Say, who do you think you're talking to?
Pop, tell her what I mean when I say beat it.
Maybe you better not wait for Joey.
Yeah. All right. I know where I stand. I'll be at the apartment.
What's the matter, Hank? You look puzzled.
Pop.
Let me tell you. There was a deal on for tonight, and he reneged.
I didn't take any money from him, Hank. He sent one of his gangsters to training camp with an envelope. The sneak gave it to me and drove away. There was $20,000 in it. I didn't know.
I promised you 30 more, didn't I?
And I told you where to go.
Where's the 20 grand?
Where? Why, you dirty crook, I gave it back to you yesterday after Joey and I got back from the training camp.
Oh, quit kidding, pal. You're not making any impression on the press.
He is, Marty. I believe him.
You don't say. Are you going to write about it? Huh? We'll wait for Joey, huh? Maybe he'll want to drink some of this champagne with us.
Leave me alone, you fools. I don't feel like talking.
I'm depressed. You and Hank wasn't there to see me finish, Pop.
What took you so long, Joey?
Oh, they was taking a lot of pictures, moving pictures. Where's Mabel?
She had to go home, kid.
What for? She always waits for me to get through working.
She had to go home, big shot.
I ain't talking to you, Marty.
That's what you think.
I don't want you to bother me. I don't feel so good.
What's the matter, son?
Get these gloves off me, Pop.
Sure. You don't have to act like you're lost.
I ain't putting them on, never again.
What do you mean?
I mean it. Fighting's too dangerous.
What? I'll be a monkey steps.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's find out what he means.
You know what almost happened in the ring tonight? What happens every time some guy hits me hard?
What's that?
I get mad, and I don't know what I'm doing, and I might kill some guy sometime, and then I'd be sorry.
I know you're tired, kid. Come on, I'll give you a rub down.
I don't want to be sorry. I don't want to kill nobody.
You haven't killed anybody yet, and you're not going to. Come on.
I'm scared, Pop. I never said it before because I don't want you to feel bad, but tonight...
What's so different about tonight?
I think they took Billy Sampson to the hospital, Hank.
Oh.
You'll get over it, Joey. And next year, when you're beating the...
I don't want you to talk to me, Marty.
Then you tell him, Pop. He's in the big money now. You're not letting him quit, are you?
Listen, Joey, we've worked a long time to get you to the top. Now, what do you think you're going to do to Mabel if you walk out on us now?
Mabel?
She wants to be the champ someday. Maybe she wants you to be famous and have a lot of money. She's been waiting for you, son.
For me to be champ?
Sure she has. Now, if you quit now, you'll break her heart. That's worse than getting mad, ain't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm just a dumb guy. I don't think.
Open that bottle of champagne, Hank. We're celebrating.
Open it yourself. I just seen a miracle go to waste.
Okay, I don't mind.
Is that the real stuff?
Right out of my private cellar. You want to pour it?
Yeah. I like champagne. I'll get the glasses.
Yeah, do that, and then we'll drink to the partnership of Marty French and Pop Evans.
Partnership?
I'm taking a half interest in Joey, Pop.
For how much, Marty?
The 20 grand I left him on deposit, and the 100 grand I lost on the fight.
I got none of your money. Now get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. First, you sign this paper. A partnership agreement. 50-50 on Joey as long as he fights.
You're taking a big chance, Marty.
Am I? Are you going to put it on the front pages, Hank? Or tell the district attorney? Okay. Then I say Pop took the money from me. Let him prove that he didn't.
Hey, what's this I hear about a partnership?
This is nothing for you to worry about, Joey.
I don't want you taking him for no partner. I don't like him.
Yeah. You'll get over that, too. Well, I guess I picked the wrong time to be nice to you guys. Let's have the drinks.
Yeah. Here's yours, Marty. And this one's for you, Pop. Yeah. I'll get yours and mine off this table, Hank. Here. One for you, one for me.
Well, here goes to the next champ.
Hey, this is good. Can I have another one?
Sure, keep the bottle. Well, so long, pals. I'll see you tomorrow, Pop.
Don't waste your time.
You coming, Hank?
With you?
I said before, I look at you and I get ideas. Come on.
Where?
For a little walk. I got some plans I want to discuss with you.
Not tonight, Marty. I'm spending it with nice people.
I said, you're coming, Hank.
Would that bulge in your pocket be loaded?
You want proof?
Good night, folks. So long, Hank.
I'll be there, pal.
Let's have it, Marty. What's the idea of pushing a gun at me through your pocket?
A gun? You fooled easy, Hank. Take a look.
A package of chewing gum. I'm going back.
The gun's in the other pocket.
I'm going with you.
Yeah. Oh, here. Keep yourself entertained. Have a stick.
No, thanks.
Well, you don't mind if I do a little chewing, do you?
You got a mouthful already.
Yeah, so I like it. Keeps me busy.
What about those plans you wanted to discuss with me?
Oh, yeah. You and I are going to be boozing pals for the night.
Really? In the morning, I suppose you'll throw me over for a blonde.
Nah. You don't get it. We're going to be inseparable. You're going to be my alibi.
Your what?
Yeah, that's right. Something's liable to happen to one of those lugs in the dressing room.
Now, look here, Marty. If you think your gorillas are going to...
Don't get excited. I said liable. And that means that
Hey, what's the matter with you?
I don't know. Something just hit me in the stomach. I got pains. Awful.
Marty. Marty. Oh, I'll be... He's dead.
That's an exciting situation, isn't it? What do you think will come of it? We'll return to the story in a moment. You see, I'd like to talk to you for just a minute. As librarian of the Crime Club, I'm extremely interested in what you think of crime stories. And all of us will be very grateful to you for a short letter about them. Do crime stories supply a kind of relaxation for you after your day's work? Do they perhaps take your mind off the various problems that you'd like to forget for a little while? Do you find them interesting as sidelights on the minds of evildoers and as illustrations of the eventual failure of evil? Won't you take just a few minutes to write to us, to tell us why you listen to crime stories? Your thoughts are so important to us. A letter or a card will be most deeply appreciated. Won't you please write one to the Crime Club in care of the Mutual Broadcasting System, New York 18? You'll be doing a great service to us, and you'll be helping us in planning these programs for your enjoyment. The address is the Crime Club, care of the Mutual Broadcasting System, New York 18. May we hear from you? And you shall hear from us now as we continue the story of Death is a Knockout. Marty French is dead in the corridor outside Joey Troyer's dressing room. It is 15 minutes later, and in the dressing room...
I tell you, Hank, Joey didn't put a thing in Marty's drink.
Listen, Pop, the police are going to be here in a few minutes. They're going to ask a lot of questions.
He was all standing around this rub-down table, wasn't he? Did you see him do anything out of line?
Not here, but we didn't see him pour the champagne.
Wait a minute. I don't like what you're saying, Hank. That ain't friendship.
All I want's the truth.
You take that back. Take it back.
Stop it, Joey. Stop it.
Stop. Okay, Pop, you're the boss. But he's got no right to put ideas in my head.
All right, Joey. Now get dressed. We're going home. Mabel's waiting.
When did this happen, Pop?
On the way home from the garden. After the cops told us we could go home, we dropped Hank, and then Joey began to act up.
I killed them, Mabel.
Oh, shut up, you dumb Adonis.
I remember while I was pouring the champagne, I was listening to Marty tell Pop he was a partner. I was getting madder every time he opened his mouth. There was a bottle of rubbing down stuff on the table with a skull and bones on the label.
You didn't use it. Do you understand?
I understand, honey, but maybe I did. Hank kept saying I did.
What am I going to do with him? How can I go after a match with the champ as long as this idiot thinks he's a murderer?
Matches and money. That's all you ever think about. Squeeze the gold out of him.
What have I done to you?
Mabel, that ain't no way to talk to Pop.
Don't tell me how to talk. Why don't he let us get married? Why don't he cancel that no marriage clause in your contract?
Well, I signed, Mabel.
Did you know it was there? Did you even bother to read the paper?
No, honey, I was a kid, and Pop said it was okay, so I... Listen, Pop.
Joey, have I been a good manager to you?
Oh, who says you wasn't?
Didn't I take you into my house when you had nothing? I fed you, I clothed you, I built you up to be a leading contender?
Well, I ain't complaining, Pop.
All right, then, believe me, son, marriage is no good for you now. Not until you're the champ. You can't have too many things on your mind.
You hear that, Mabel? I gotta do what Pop says.
Oh, you make me sick.
Even so, now that I'm thinking, you wouldn't want to get hitched to no murderer.
That again, huh? Well, maybe you know why you killed Marty.
Yeah, he was getting in Pop's hair. He made me mad.
Pop's hair? Sure. Say, Pop, even if Joey had 50 managers, he'd still get his 60%.
Of course.
But a partner would cut your profit in half.
What are you getting at, Mabel?
You had a reason for killing Marty. And all the time you've been letting Joey think he did it.
No, that ain't so, Mabel. Pop ain't no killer.
No? Watch me prove it.
Get away from that phone, you.
Try and make me. I'm going to call the cops and I'm going to give them the whole setup between you and Marty.
Drop that phone.
Oh.
Hey, Pop, cut it, are you twisting them on?
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lose my temper. But I want no more talk of murder.
Now look, Ann Cooper, you may be the light of my life, but you haven't got a better reason.
Hey, darling, a girl can be lonesome.
Oh, but Ann, it's against the rules at 2:00 in the morning, and besides, I'm tired.
Oh, well, then you're out of circulation. Good night, dear.
Good night. What is this, Lover's Lane? Go home and let me die in peace. All right. But you better not be the milkman.
Hank, I'm sorry to be bothering you.
Think nothing of it, Mabel. I'm running open house.
Joey's in trouble.
Something besides murder.
I'm serious. I just saw something in the papers. The coroner found poison in Marty's stomach.
No kidding. And how'd it get there?
Joey thinks he did it. Hank, you gotta help me. Joey's innocent, but when I left the apartment, he was talking about giving himself up.
Now, that, Mabel, may be the only idea he ever had.
I thought you were his friend. What motive did he have for killing that gambler?
He's crazy about Pop, and Marty was trying to horn in.
Sure. On Pop. Now, would Joey rub out a guy with poison?
You think it was too subtle for him?
I know it. He'd do it the hard way, with his knuckles.
Could be. Say, Mabel, was the glass that Marty drank the champagne from tested by the police for poison?
I don't know. Why?
Oh, I thought that might have been in the papers, too. How'd you like to drive downtown with me?
Where to?
The morgue, for a bird's-eye view of Marty.
Yeah, I'd like to, but I'd better stick close to Joey. In his frame of mind, you never know what he'll do next.
Hello, McCab.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Barnum. Come in. I'm always glad when somebody walks in here.
How's business?
Oh, very quiet. What brings you to us at this hour?
Marty French.
Oh, yes. Would you like to see his body?
Not this minute, but I would like to examine his clothes. Are they here?
You too?
Who else?
Well, there's a lady looking at him now.
A lady?
In the wardrobe room. She's very beautiful, Mr. Barnum. I don't often get a chance
Is she about this tall?
Yeah.
And has she got blue eyes and a full mouth?
A lovely mouth, Mr. Barnum.
And when she walks, does she...
Yes, Mr. Barnum, just like that. Is she a friend of yours?
She was.
You don't know who I envy you. A live woman.
Oh.
Hello, darling.
Hank, what are you doing here?
Are you still lonesome?
You wouldn't take me to the fight. Did you know there was going to be a murder?
No, Anne, dear, but that's no reason for you to be picking a dead man's pocket.
The police said he was poisoned. He drank champagne a few minutes before he died, and there was no poison in his glass.
Are you sure of that?
That's what they told me. So I came here looking for a clue. I'm a reporter, remember?
What did you find?
Oh, nothing much. This package of cigarettes, some loose change, and this package of...
Oh.
And just imagine how I felt when I pulled that out of his pocket.
Let that be a lesson to you. Where's the package of chewing gum?
How'd you know about that?
I'm psychic. Let me have it.
Oh, Hank, it's my favorite brand.
Well, you better switch, honey. That kind good is what for what ails you, if you want to stop ailing for good.
Hank, how can you be so sure that gum contains poison?
You're a tough kid to convince, Anne.
I like proof.
All right. I'll give it to you.
Here?
Why not? It's a beautiful spring night, and the bugs are in all their glory.
Pardon me if I think you've gone.
What?
Bugs.
Thank you, sweetheart. I take a stick of this gum, unwrap it, break it up into little pieces, and lay them on the sill of the car window.
Well, my mother always told me never to trust a sports writer.
In a few seconds, little bugs with wings will zoom out of the atmosphere to nibble at the bait. And won't they be surprised?
You're so cruel.
Here they come. Look at them go for that sugar-coated poison. Have a good time, little brothers. You're helping me find the murderer.
Oh, what? Hank, those bugs...
Yes, isn't it amazing? They're dying like flies.
Joey, will you stop moping and go to bed?
I ain't staying here in the apartment with you. I want Mabel.
No, I don't know where she is. I've looked all over town for her.
You ain't telling me the truth, Pop.
Joey.
You don't like Mabel. You twist her around.
What's the matter with you, boy? You're like a wild animal.
Yeah, a wild animal. I get mad and I don't know what I'm doing. I could kill a guy and not know I'm doing it.
Oh, come on. Now you're tired. Go to bed. Sleep it off.
I notice you get mad like that, too.
If I killed anybody, I'd know about it.
That's where you got it on me, Pop. Everybody knows I'm a dope.
What are you trying to do, pin that murder on me?
Mabel said you got the reason, didn't she?
So that's it. Well, now listen to me, son. I'm not taking the nap for you or anybody else.
Ha!
What's so funny about that?
You ain't so smart, Pop. I just tripped you up.
Huh?
You seen me do it, didn't you?
So you do what?
You saw me slip the poison in the glass.
Now look at here, Joey. I don't want any more talk. Go to bed.
I'm going to find Mabel. And then I'm going to give myself up to the cops.
Now, look, Joey, please listen to me. You've got a brilliant career. We worked hard. We're near the top. You can't throw it away.
Get out of my way, Pop.
Think of me. I'm an old man. I can't go out and start looking for somebody else now. It takes years to build a good fight, and I haven't got the time.
Pop, you're making me mad.
You owe me something. I pulled you out of a pool room and made you into a human being. You're not going to let me down.
I don't want to give it the effort. I don't want to. Pop, you all right? Don't lay there like you was dead. I didn't mean to hit you.
Roaming around in Central Park at 4 o'clock in the morning. What do you think we are, Hank? A couple of sailors?
I don't like it any more than you do, Anne, but we gotta find Joey.
We're not going to find him.
You want to bet?
Huh?
There he is, sitting on that bench under the obelisk.
Well, of all things...
His favorite spot. That's where he met Mabel for the first time. Hello, Joey.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Hank.
Yeah, and this is Ann Cooper.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
What are you doing here, Joey?
I couldn't find Mabel, so I wanted to be alone with my thoughts.
Oh, you poor thing. She throw you over for a wrestler?
She wouldn't do nothing like that. She's a good kid.
Now, calm down, Joey. Have you seen Pop recently?
Yeah, about an hour ago.
And you know he's dead.
Huh? What are you trying to give me, Hank? He ain't dead.
He was when we saw him, Joey.
Well, I hit him on the jaw because he made me mad, but I brung him through and he went to bed.
We didn't find him in bed. He was on the floor. Somebody had cracked his skull with a hammer.
Wait a minute. Are you saying it was me?
Would I dare?
Now that you know what's good for you.
Oh, why, Mabel.
Mabel, honey.
I figured you might be sweating it out here, Joey. I couldn't find you anyplace else.
They're telling me I killed Pop.
Don't pay attention to them. They're not your friends.
So you know about Pop, too, huh?
Why shouldn't I? I found him and I called the cops.
Would you know who killed him?
One of Marty's boys. And Pop got it because he killed Marty.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes. And I gave him the whole inside story about Pop and Marty, too.
Well, I guess that settles that. How about some gum?
You got some, Hank?
Mm-hmm. Right here.
What kind is it?
A popular kind. The kind Marty used to chew all the time. We found it in the pocket of his coat at the morgue.
Huh?
You're not afraid of it, are you, Joey?
I ain't afraid of nothing. Give me a piece.
Okay. One for you too, Mabel?
No, I never chew.
Oh, that's too bad. How about you, Anne?
I don't mind.
Don't forget to take the paper off, dear.
Stop it, Joey.
Well,
what's the matter?
Don't put that gum in your mouth.
Why not, Mabel?
Come on, Joey. We're getting out of here.
Just a minute. We've got a few things to talk about first. If you add them up, they'll total like murder. Tell me, Anne, do you think the automobile will ever replace the horses?
This is much more romantic. Carriage ride in Central Park by the dawn's early light.
Yeah. And, darling.
Well, hold your horses, Hank. When did you decide that Mabel killed Marty?
When you found that package of chewing gum. He wasn't killed by the champagne, so therefore, and to
But
wit...
how could she have slipped it into his pocket? You were all in Joey's dressing room together.
She didn't do it there. She performed that bit of hocus-pocus during the fight while Marty Frank was sitting next to her thinking about Pop's business.
Oh, I see. And Marty was much too absorbed to know what was happening. But why did she kill Pop?
Because of Joey.
What do you mean?
Her whole idea in getting rid of Marty was to frame Pop. The old guy had a hold on Joey she couldn't break. Then the unexpected happened.
What unexpected?
Joey, the big dope, developed guilt feelings and was going to throw himself at the chair.
Oh. You never know, do you? Oh, well. Hank, don't you think the horse has many advantages over the automobile?
Well, you can't eat an automobile.
I mean, lie back in a carriage and listen to the trot, trot, trot. So romantic. And so peaceful.
Darling, have I told you tonight how lovely you are?
Not yet. But it never hurts.
You're like a moonbeam on a... Anne, look at me.
What's the matter?
Would you kill a couple of men just to get me?
Don't be silly. Of course not. But I'd slaughter a couple of dozen women.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club story, Death is a Knockout. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Tonight's cast included Sidney Smith as Hank Barnum, Ted DeCorsia as Joey Troy, Barbara Joyce played Mabel Smith, Bill Smith was Pop Evans, Arthur Vinton was heard as Marty French, and Joan Tompkins was Ann Cooper. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. We have the very exciting story of love and politics, in which the deciding vote was cast by death. It's called Hearses Don't Hurry, by Stephen Ransom. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Why, you little twerp! I'll break it up, break it up. I said break it up.
Oh.
Jonah gets excited, doesn't she, Grace?
Oh, why don't you both stop? I won't have you two fighting, do you understand?
Yeah.
Only why you brought her in with us, I'll never know.
There must be so many things you'll never know, dearie.
Why pick on little old me?
There she goes again, starting in.
Oh, for heaven's
That
sake.
phony accent and that phony blonde hair.
Oh, the girl carries on.
Now, that's enough.
Oh,
Both of you listen to me.
she's such a...
Doris. Yeah? You know, I like the way you've been operating. Why, thanks. You look good. You talk good. And you've managed to crash a lot of society parties that paid off. Well, we've been able to fence the stuff you've lifted, Doris, but what do we get for it? Only half of what it's worth. Well, what? So let's skip that kind of petty stuff. Well, what do we do instead? Now, I've got something big on the fire. Very big. That's the reason you imported this?
I sure wish you'd leave poor little old me alone.
Now, Doris, I told you...
I'm
sorry, Grace, but look, let me do one more job, will you? What's that? There's a blonde mink coat belonging to a Mrs. Williams that I want for myself. It'll be a cinch to grab, and I want it. Mrs. Marilyn Williams? That's right. Oh, you can never get into her house. Why, it's guarded better than Fort Knox. Oh, I've got a way. All right to try it? Okay. Go ahead.
Sure, go ahead. Maybe you'll get caught, and then Grace and I wouldn't be bothered with you all.
That did it. Grace, what's she doing here? Who is she, and what do we need this baby-faced dame for?
Tell her, Gracie.
Doris. Yeah. This baby-faced dame is Sally Jo Russell. Well, I told you that we were going to branch out, and we're going to need her. I brought her here because she's wanted. Not by me. No. No, not by you. By the police. For murder.
Come on, what are you waiting for? Let's get this traffic moving. Get that car moving. No parking on this street. Hey, lady! Look out! All right, let me through here.
She's hurt pretty bad, officer. I guess
I'll take care of her. She ran right in front of your car, I thought.
Yeah, I couldn't help hitting her. I stopped her.
Yes, I know. All right, back up, everybody. I'm going to carry this girl into that big house there and phone for an ambulance. All right, back up. Give me some room. I'm coming through.
Yes, I know.
You know, do you? That's fine, you know. What's that supposed to do? Make me happy?
I don't know.
You know, you don't know. Fine satisfaction I'm getting from you. You're a district attorney. Fighting crime is your responsibility.
I'm only responsible for seeing that guilty individuals are convicted.
Now, don't trade words with me, Markham. I've got connections, good political connections, as you well know.
Yes,
I've been victimized. All my friends have been victimized. There's a well-organized gang of thieves operating.
You'll only
and
let
you're doing nothing about it. I want something done.
Yes, I know you do.
Well, then do something about it, or you'll hear about it. Goodbye.
Oh. Do something about it. Just like that. Fine.
Philo Vance speaking.
This is Markham Vance.
Well, my friend, things can't be that bad.
That is a matter of opinion. I'm having some pressure put on me, and I don't know exactly what to do about it.
How can I help?
Listen, Vance.
Yes?
There's been a series of robberies of socially prominent people in this city. Generally, furs, jewelry, and any cash lying around have been taken.
Yes?
The robberies, in most cases, have taken place while parties were going on. According to my information, it's possible that one or several of the female guests are part of an organized gang. Can you do anything about this, Vance?
You certainly haven't given me too much to work on.
It never stopped you before. Does it bother you now?
On the contrary, it gives me added incentive.
That's good.
You seem to think a female gang is operating. Well, then the idea for me is to chercher la femme.
All I can say, Vance, is happy cherching.
Like this coat, Grace? Yeah. Get a look at the bag. Pretty, Doris.
I
always wanted one.
Too good for whoever's wearing it, if you ask me.
And nobody's asked you, Southern Comfort. Stop it, both of you, before you get started. Okay. We've got some things to talk over. Uh-huh. Look, Doris. Yeah. I let you pull that job where you got the coat. But from now on, no more working solo. Well, I thought I did a pretty clever job. I pretended to get hit by a car, was carried into Mrs. Williams' house, and then while the cop was phoning for an ambulance, I grabbed the coat and went out the French windows.
Seems to me the cop could describe you pretty well. But of course, what would little old me know?
Little old you would know nothing. Kept my arm over my face when he carried me into the house. I wore a blonde wig. Oh, fine description he'll be able to give.
Oh, you probably did something stupid. Darling.
Grace, I'm taking all I can from this thing. I'm going to tear her apart little by little.
Mighty welcome to try. My hair. Let go of my hair.
Oh, let go. I'll rip it out.
Stop it, you
I'll stop her when I press my name on her face, you little twerp. You pick it up.
If I ever get this gun out of my
You
head.
don't move there. I'll give it to me. Give me that gun. No. There. All right, now, both of you. I said stop, and I mean stop. She tried to kill me. She tried to shoot me.
You think I was going to stand there and get scalped?
All right, no, I won't have any more of this. Got to stop once and for all. We've got a job to do. Job all three of us are needed for. Yeah? And it's a big job. The biggest we've ever tried. Now, listen to me.
I'll listen, Grace. But are you sure you and I couldn't do this job alone?
How many more times do I have to push these pedals? Please continue, Mrs. Williams. It is excellent for the figure. Already I can see an improvement. I'm tired. Pushing these pedals and throwing no places in my idea of fun. Oh, give me a massage, Florette. Yes, Mrs. Williams. If you will come over here to the table and lie down. Best suggestion you've made all day. There. How's that? Oh, that is fine. Now I cover you with this sheet, and I work on your shoulder first. Hand me that box of chocolates, Lorette. Oh, but Mrs. Williams, your figure. Oh, I've got to give you something to work off, don't I? Oh, chocolates, please. Well, here you are. Thank you. Good. I wonder if the police found that girl who stole my fur coat. We would have heard, I'm sure. I guess that's right. Oh, what could that be? I find out. I will be right back. I'll have to hurry on my account. I'm enjoying myself. Well, who was it for it? I do not know yet. Yes? Well, who was it? Wait here. It was a man outside. His name is Philo Vance. The butler told him you were up here, so he came up. What was that name again? Philo Vance. He is private investigator. He read about your coat being stolen, and he wishes to talk to you about it. Is he attractive? Oh, yes, madame. Very. Oh, let him come in by all means.
Hello, Mrs. Williams. I'm Philo Vance.
How do you do, Mr. Vance? Chocolate?
No, thank you.
You don't mind if I have...
Oh, go right ahead.
Thank you.
Mrs. Williams, your fur coat was stolen. A woman faked an accident, was carried in here, and she took the coat and disappeared while the policeman was calling for an ambulance.
You read about it in newspapers?
Yes. Will you tell me what the woman looked like?
I haven't the slightest idea. I never saw her. Policeman carried her into my room, left her there to make the phone call. By the time he came to tell me I had company, she'd vanished.
I see. I thought perhaps you might be of some help, but apparently I was wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, can I get you something to make up for it?
No, thank you very much. I have my massages at the club.
Oh, Vance, there is something I didn't tell the police that maybe you'd like to know.
Yes?
No, a woman, whoever she was, took a pair of stockings that belonged to me in addition to the coat. She left a souvenir, one torn stocking of her own.
She left one stocking here?
That's right. Well, I'll have Florette get it for you if you like it.
Yes, indeed.
Ripped, but it might mean something to you.
It certainly might, Mrs. Williams. When she left her one stocking, our thief made her one mistake.
Sit down, Vance. Glad to see you.
Thank you, Mark. I dropped in to report a little progress in the case you asked me to work on.
How little?
Very at the moment. But look at this stocking. Here.
It looks just like a stocking to me. It's ripped, but what's it supposed to tell me?
I'll tell you what it tells me. It will help me describe the girl who stole Mrs. Williams' fur coat and who might well be part of the gang that you're looking for.
Please go ahead and do your describing.
The girl is slender, tall, particularly fastidious about her clothes, has a disciplined mind, and is a brunette, I believe.
You know that from this stocking, Vance?
It's true. Notice the length of the stocking, Markham, and the size.
Yes?
It's marked 11. That's very large. Indicates the wearer had a large foot. Hence, I believe she's tall.
Now, what's this about being fastidious in her dress?
She took the time to steal a pair of stockings from Mrs. Williams' room, even though she was in a hurry to get out, because she didn't want to be seen on the street with a ripped stocking.
Uh-huh. And why is she a brunette?
Because the policeman who picked her up said she was a blonde. The woman was careful to shield her face. The blonde hair was obviously used as a decoy.
I agree with everything so far. But you claim she has a well-disciplined mind.
Yes.
How can you possibly say that?
The fact that she left only the ripped stocking at Mrs. Williams' house. Markham, she took with her the other stocking she was wearing.
What good will one stocking do her? And how does that explain that she had an orderly and well-trained mind?
I'll let you know as soon as I know whether I'm right or not. At the moment, I'm going to see whether or not I can find her. And only one thing disturbs me about that.
And that is?
I haven't the slightest idea where to look.
Well, Doris, that's a very pretty fire, don't you think? If you like fires.
I declare that's the most beautiful fire I ever did see. I did a mighty fine job starting it. Those firemen will never get it under control.
Would you like to know why I think it's a pretty fire? Not especially. I have a pretty good idea.
You have? Now, who would ever guess it?
Sally, someday why don't you both stop? This is no time for fighting. We should be celebrating. Why? That fire means we're out of the penny-ante business of stealing furs and jewelry and selling them to fences. Oh. We're in a new business, a big business. The three of us.
Gracie, darling, like I said once before, when you mention the three of us, it always occurs to me that you're including one too many.
This is District Attorney Markham. The case we're working on concerns a series of robberies in wealthy homes, done, we believe, by a group of women. Philo Vance is working on the case, but his only result so far is a description he has of one of the members of the gang, a description obtained from a ripped nylon stocking. The last day or so has resulted in no new developments, but the gang is still active, we believe, although we don't know how or where. It might be that...
Yes, sir. Mr. Abbott will see you now, miss. Oh, thank you. You wait here, Sally.
Sure enough, Grace. I'll wait right here, honey. I got me a magazine and all the time.
All right. Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott.
Well, come in, come in. Sit down.
All right. Well, has our enterprise concluded successfully?
Oh, yes, quite. Good fire. Very good fire.
Glad you liked it. Now, there remains only one little detail. A matter of...
Just a moment, please. Yes.
Will you want anything more tonight, Mr. Abbott?
I know. You can leave now if you like.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
My secretary.
So I imagined. Mr. Abbott.
Yes?
I was about to say that there remained only one detail of that little job we did for you.
Oh, so?
You gave us a deposit. We set the fire. You collect the insurance. Now we want our money. $20,000 was the balance.
Was it?
Oh, now don't get cute.
Well, is there something you think you might do about it if I refuse to pay you the rest of the money? Don't forget, you committed the crime.
You arranged for me to do it.
Yes, I wonder how you'd ever prove that. Good day, Miss Dilling.
Wait a minute.
I said good day.
Just wait one moment, would you, please, Mr. Abbott?
What do you want me to wait for?
You'll find out. Sally,
Yes?
come in here a minute, will you?
I sure enough will. What is it, honey?
Sally,
Yes?
Mr. Abbott doesn't think he has to pay us the money he promised for setting the fire.
Oh, he doesn't.
Convince him, Sally.
Now, look here. Neither of you can threaten me. I could put you both in... That gun.
I don't think he's convinced, Sally. He's talking about putting us in jail.
He is. Well, I declare. Wasn't he the silliest man?
Abbott's office was on the second floor of this building, Vance. It's easier to walk up than wait for the elevator.
It's fine with me, Markham. You've been shot twice, eh? And the cleaning woman found him dead.
That's right. Our homicide department checked with his secretary, but after telling us that there were two women in the office when she left and mentioning some other minor details, she got hysterical.
All I hope is that one of the girls fits the description I gave you, Markham. The one I got from the ripped nylon stocking.
Vance, this is one of the few times you were completely wrong. Of course, it's possible the two women in the office had nothing to do with our gang, or for that matter with the shooting. But neither of them, according to the secretary, looked even remotely like the woman you described.
That's nice and complicating, if not exactly complimentary. One thing more, Markham. Did the secretary know either of the two women in the office?
No, and here's the strange thing. She said they were obviously there by appointment, but she never called them. Yeah, let's go in. Hello, Collins.
Oh, hi, D.A. Hello, Mr. Vance.
Hello, Collins.
Mr. Vance and I want to go to Mr. Abbott's private office.
Well, go right ahead, D.A. The body's been removed, but nothing's been touched. The homicide men left everything the way it was.
Thank you. Why the puzzled expression, Vance?
The women were here by appointment, but the secretary didn't make the appointment.
That means something?
It might. I want to take a look in Abbott's desk. Oh, here it is.
What are you looking for?
A book with telephone numbers in it. Private phone numbers. If there is such a thing. And there certainly should be.
There generally is.
Yes, here we are. It's the book, but seems to be blank.
Wait a minute. As you were going through those pages, I thought I saw some writing toward the middle of the book. Go back a bit, will you, Vance?
Yes. Hope you're right. Might be a very important thing if you were.
There, Vance. Right there on that page.
Oh, yes.
5 phone numbers. No names or addresses. Just 5 numbers. Well, what do we do now?
Now we do 2 things, Markham. We call every one of those numbers, and we hope one of them will lead us to those 2 women.
Wait a minute. Well, who are you?
Hello, my name is Vance. Philo Vance. May I come
Well,
in?
I don't know.
Thank you.
What do you want?
Some information. May I sit down? Thank you.
You take an awful lot for granted.
Yes, don't I? Your name is Grace Dilling, isn't it? I found your phone number.
You think there's a reward for returning it?
The only reward I expect is satisfaction. I think...
Who was it at the door? Oh, company.
Come in, please. My name is Vance. Glad to see you. Very glad. Tall, dark, slender, very well dressed.
Well, what's with this individual, Grace? What does he want?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out fast. Now, look. You forced yourself in here. Force yourself to leave, will you?
Where is that dame? I'll kill her. Grace, is that Dorothy in there with you?
Oh, Sally!
I don't care.
We've got company.
Oh, I don't care who we got. If she's in there, I'm going to give her a talk going over. She'll never...
Well, forevermore.
How are you all, sir?
Well, that was a quick transition, if ever I saw one.
Look, Vance, don't make me get tough.
Oh?
This is my house. You've got no right here. I could throw you out and be perfectly justified. You know that, don't you?
I also know you're big enough to do it.
Oh, I'd hate to think you meant anything personal in that remark. Your hat's right there on the table, Vance. Goodbye. Sorry your visit was so short and uneventful.
Don't be silly, Miss Dilling. I got everything I came here for.
How are you making out with that window, Vance?
Handle it, I think. The trick is to do it without making too much noise. All three of the women are downstairs.
I know. We saw them through the window. I got down here as soon as I could after you phoned me.
There we are. Oh, this window would squeak, wouldn't it?
I don't think anybody heard it. Go on into the room, Vance. This ladder is shaky.
I'm practically in. There. Come on in, Markham. I'll give you a hand. There we are.
Made it. Here's the flashlight, Vance.
Throw the beam at the dresser drawer. That's it, Markham. Now, if we're in the right room, the room of the girl called Doris, this case is almost over.
This is her room, all right. Here are a couple of letters to Doris Taylor, this address. There's a single bed in the room, so she stays here alone.
I'm proud of you, Markham. Now look for some stockings.
Stockings?
Yes, they won't be in this drawer. Oh, what's in this box?
It looks like the stocking box my wife has at home.
That's what it is. I told you the girl had a well-disciplined mind. Stocking box proves it. Mm-hmm. 6 pair of stockings, Markham. None of them new, and all of them rolled up.
This roll looks larger to me than the others.
That's what I was hoping to find. Unroll it, Markham, and you'll find 3 stockings, not 2.
Well,
that doesn't prove these girls are the ones we're looking for, but it's enough to set the stage for a little scene I think you'll enjoy.
Doris, you no good double-crossing Dane. This is the time you get it.
Get out of my room, Sally.
I'll get out, but you'll stay in here permanently. Look at this note. Look at it.
What's that in your other hand?
It's a knife, sweetheart, and it's going to be all yours in a minute. What? So you were going to tip the cops off to me, were you? You were going to tell them I killed Abbott.
What are you talking about?
Stop playing innocent. A kid brought this note back, said somebody in his house gave it to him to take to headquarters. He described
You're
you.
crazy.
Kid said he lost the car fare you gave him and came back for more. I saw the note was addressed to the cops, so I opened it and read it.
I never wrote any letter. This is a trick.
That's your story. Grace isn't here to protect you now. This is the last stop for you, kid. You get off right here.
You get away from me. Don't come near me with that knife.
You'd rattle the whole setup, would you? Tell them all about you and me and Grace and the jobs we pulled. Then try and cop a plea so they'd go easy on you.
I didn't, I tell you.
Sure, that's what you say.
Okay. I'll play your way.
Go ahead. Break up the house. Keep throwing lamps. I'll remember to jump. You can't walk back much further, Doris. This is something I've wanted to do for a long...
Oh, my hair. You next door.
My hair.
Kill me, would you? I'll show you who kill. No, you won't, you little...
Let's stop these two ladies.
I'll get you.
All right, break it up.
Come on.
Come on. Let's go. Markham. All right, both of you, hold it. Stop it. Well, Markham, here are 2/3 of the gang. When Grace comes back, we'll pick her up, and then I'll tell you how a stocking gave this young lady away. Or, in other words, how the hose turned on her. To begin with, Markham, when Doris left Mrs. Williams' house, she took with her 1 stocking. You want to know why?
I certainly do. That's the general idea of this, isn't it? After all, the case is over. I have my confession. Grace and her gang not only killed Abbott, but were responsible for all those society robberies. Now, tell me about this Doris.
You remember I said she had a well-disciplined mind.
Yes.
She was in a hurry at Mrs. Williams' house, but she remembered to take the 1 good stocking with her. Why?
That's where I came in on that. Why, remember?
Because she had another pair, the same shade and quality at her house. Most women buy 2 pairs of stockings of the same shade and quality, so that if anything happens to 1 stocking,
They have a pair and a replacement for that pair. Follow?
Yes, I do now. Doris thought of that even when she was in a hurry to leave the Williams house with Mrs. Williams' fur coat.
Right. Now we get on a little further.
Mm-hmm.
We found 5 numbers in Abbott's book. You called all 5, found a legitimate connection between Abbott and 4 of the numbers. So I went to call on the name and address of the 5th.
I know you did, but what happened there that let you set the trap?
I found there was a big feud going on between Doris and Sally. I knew Doris wasn't at Abbott's office. The secretary didn't describe her, remember? So I thought of the note idea, hired a neighborhood boy, and told him what story to tell Sally when he brought the note back to the house.
Who wrote that note?
My secretary, Ellen. Got a big kick out of it, too. Well, I guess there's nothing more to tell you, Markham, except that finding that third nylon in Doris' stocking box after you and I climbed in the window confirmed my theories. And we were there later when Sally brought in Ellen's note.
That's right. You actually broke the case after we got to the top of the ladder.
Yes, after we got to the top of the ladder, we came to the end of the nylon murder case.
Originally broadcast over the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Calling all detectives. When one hoodlum gave another a holiday necktie, it spelled out a pattern of murder. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. The holiday season is a time for relaxation for everybody except a guy like me, Jerry Browning, private detective. It was a couple of days after Christmas, and the Lascott department store was doing a big business in gift exchanges. I was at the hosiery counter explaining why size 9 socks were too small for me, when a couple of aisles over, 2 men at the neckwear counter began exchanging Sunday punches. I pushed my way through the crowd just as one of the contestants folded up and hit the rug. I grabbed the victor just in time to prevent him from kicking in the ribs of his fallen opponent. Shame on you, you big bully, slugging a little guy like that, and right in the middle of the holidays, too. The big man twisted my grip.
Let go of me before I knock your back teeth out. Oh, hello, Jerry. What's the good way?
I relaxed my grip, took a good look at him. Hello, Muscles. When did you get parole?
4 months ago. Excuse me a second, Jerry.
He bent over the small, fallen man, took a gun from his victim's pocket, transferred it to his own.
You have to excuse me, Jerry, but good-natured Eddie has got a nasty temper, as everybody knows. And if he wakes up with that rod in his pocket, he might get rash.
I picked up the little man, shook him to a semblance of consciousness. Muscles, and you too, good-natured. What's the big idea of staging a riot in a place like this? Good-natured gave me a glassy stare.
Why'd they hit me?
Muscles looked hurt.
Why did I hit him? Jerry, I don't steal a classy $10 tie. A special, one-of-a-kind hand-paint job. I give it to my pal, Casina Cassidy, season's greetings, except that Casina intercepted 6 slugs yesterday before he ever sports the tie. And today,
I catch good-natured Eddie trying to exchange the tie I buy for Casino.
You mean good-natured Eddie has a necktie you gave a man who's been murdered? That was the point at which good-natured came out of his daze.
I can explain everything. I think the tie is too loud.
Do 'em up Browning, Jerry. Two hoodlums staged a fight in a department store. When one tried to exchange a necktie, the other had given a murdered gambler. I walked Muscles and Good-Natured down the street, keeping a firm grip on each one's arm. Good-Natured muttered,
Jerry, if you will butt your nose out of private business, I will cut Muscles' heart out.
Muscles tried to reach beyond me to strike the little man's face.
Listen, you scrawny runt, soon as Jerry leaves, I'll twist your head around till you're looking the other way.
I yanked him over to a doorway. You two listen to me, you thick-headed apes. Casino Cassidy has been murdered. You, Muscles, gave him a holiday necktie, which makes you one of his friends, presumably. You, Good-Natured, have that necktie, which means you either murdered him or know the person who did. It seems to me that both of you are in kind of a tough spot. Muscles and Good-Natured exchanged glances. Then,
Jerry, leave us go have a drink against the cold and kind of talk this over.
Sitting in a booth at the Red Lion Bar, Good-Natured tried to explain.
The tie is too loud, Jerry. That's why I went to exchange it. I'm the conservative type. But I didn't get it off Casino. It was gifted to me by Danamora Dave Willis, holiday greetings. I'm the good-natured kind, Jerry. I don't croak guys. A bullet in the shoulders as far as I go. And even then, I don't take their ties. Ask Danamora Dave.
I pulled at the necktie that was dangling from Good-Natured's pocket. It was a loud thing of horses and palm trees and, somehow, mermaids and ocean, obviously hand-painted. Muscles, are you sure this is the tie you gave Casino?
I ask you, Jerry. Could I be mistaken?
I took another look at the monstrosity. Oh, Muscles, you certainly couldn't. I think we'd better go see Danamora Dave.
Let's pause right here. Calling All Detectives returns in a moment. And now let's rejoin Calling All Detectives, starring Paul Barnes, the man of 1,000 voices.
Danamora Dave was the bouncer at a big roller skating rink. When he saw us, he came skating across the floor, pausing long enough to pluck a young would-be acrobat along the way.
If you want to die, Sonny, die outside.
Hello, Jerry, Muscles, Good-Natured. A merry Yuletide, gents. What's the score?
Good-Natured looked unhappy.
8-5, Danamora, against you.
I held up the necktie. You gave this to Good-Natured, Danamora, but before that, Muscles gave it to the late Casino Cassidy. Mind telling us how you got the tie? Danamora winced.
It was a happy holiday present from a friend. Only I personally favor bow ties, the kind with the elastic like I'm wearing. So I pass it on to my pal, Good-Natured here.
Who gave it to you, Danamora? The bouncer hesitated.
Well, Casino was always a square guy. He shouldn't have been killed, so... Guzzler Grogan gave it to me. I thought it was kind of funny when he told me he was in too much of a hurry to get a box with it.
Muscles snorted.
I paid for the tie. I got a box with it.
Danamora nodded.
Maybe we should all go have a talk with Guzzler Grogan. It'll take all of us to do it.
It took hours, but we finally found Guzzler Grogan leaning against a lamppost near the entrance to a narrow, poorly lighted street. When he saw us, Guzzler stiffened, then relaxed as he recognized us. The season's best, pals. Where's the convention? Danamora didn't waste any time.
Guzzler, you give me a tie that I give Good-Natured that he tries to exchange. Only before that, Muscles give the same tie to Casino Cassidy, who is now on a slab.
Leave me see the tie. I held it up at a safe distance. Guzzler nodded gravely. That's a tie, all right. A dilly, ain't it? Guzzler, I know you're a hold-up man, but I didn't think you were a killer, too. Guzzler was indignant. Anybody I knock off is strictly not on purpose. Being as Danamore is my pal, I don't mind telling. I take this tie off a guy I guzzled last night, a big skinny guy wearing a monkey-tail coat. He comes out of Casino's place last night at 2 a.m., through a window. As he lands in the grass, there I am, and I grab him around the neck and I guzzle him. You mean you choked him? That's what I said, didn't I? I got his wallet and his watch. He's got this tie in his pocket, see? And I figure that's just what I need for my good friend Danamore Dave. A merry holiday to you. I shrugged, put the tie back into my pocket. Looks like the end of the trail, boys. Now we'll never find Casino's killer. I don't know about that. Before I fling the wallet, I look inside. Mortimer Aldershot II is a moniker. Though naturally I won't say it in court. A police squad picked up young Aldershot at his home. He was so surprised that he caved right in, admitted killing Casino in order to wipe out a gambling debt. As for the necktie, it had been flung in a drawer along with Aldershot's IOUs, and when Aldershot grabbed up the notes, he stuffed the tie into his pocket as well. In his panic, he never even realized he had it. Like I said, anything can become evidence, and sometimes even a necktie can turn into a noose around a killer's neck.
And that was Paul.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A knowledge of the law is a minor part of the qualifications of a district attorney, because enforcement of the law depends upon factors outside the law. Things the district attorney must know or learn if the blindfold on justice is to be lifted. Take this case. It started late one night in the cultivated field in the farm area of the county.
How many more bales we got to load, Slim? 15, 20 left, that's all. Well, this will be the last truckload, then.
Yeah. The sooner you get off the place with it, the better.
Mullen's sure going to be surprised when he gets a look at this field tomorrow.
What do we get for this stuff?
Market's about $30 a ton. Clear almost $200 apiece. Not as much as we could make stealing livestock.
Sure, steal livestock and get sent to the pen. Maybe there ain't as much money in alfalfa, but it ain't marked either. Nobody can say it ain't yours once you get in the clear with it.
You suppose Mullen suspects you had something to do with this?
Me? His old army buddy? Not a chance. Besides, he saw me take a sleeping pill before we turned in tonight. At least he thinks he saw me take it. Give me the pitchfork.
Here.
Now, push these bales back away from the tailgate.
Slim.
What's the matter?
I heard something moving over by the rack.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Mullen. Maybe he...
Keep quiet.
Who's out in the field?
It is him.
You better answer me. I can see the outline of your truck.
We better run for it.
No, he woke up. He must know I'm not in the house.
Who are you? Talk up. Fast.
It's me, Mullen, Harry Trent.
What's the matter, Trent? You lost or something? Your farm's on the other side of that fence. What are you doing in my field in the middle of the night? With a truck full of my alfalfa.
Well, I've been...
Save it, Trent. Just tell me where Slim is. Where'd that thieving rat run to?
I didn't run any place, Mullen.
Don't move.
That's a pitchfork you feel against your back. Now just march up to the house.
What are you going to do to him, Slim?
I'm going to lend him my bottle of sleeping pills and see to it that he takes an overdose of them. Nice, clean, and quiet. That'd be a great idea, Slim. If I'd hold still for it. But I ain't about to hold still.
Now, Slim!
Punch him, Trent. Here! Let go of that fork, Mullen. Now, Mullen, here's something you don't have to hold still for.
You maniac. Now what are we going to do?
Shut up. We're going to do just what we started to do. Get that load out of here and sell it like we planned. And keep your mouth shut. If you don't, I'll shut it for you. Now get going.
Ain't you coming?
Of course I'm not coming, stupid. I'm going into the house and back to bed, where I've been all night. Get going.
There's the body, Chief.
Who found it, Harry?
Hound came across it earlier this morning. Set up a racket. Dog's owner knew by the way he was barking that something was up, so he came over.
One of those men?
Yeah. Fellow in the Mackinac. Named Sam Richardson. His farm joins this one along the east fence.
Who are the other two men?
Well, Harry Trent. Farm on the north is his. The skinny one is Slim Ferryman. He worked for Mullen, lives here on the place. Says he and Mullen were war buddies.
Find out if he has any family?
Just a sister, married. Name's Wharton, Ellie Wharton. She lives upstate someplace. We're trying to trace her.
Well, can't talk to her until we find her. We better talk to the neighbors now.
All right, Jinx. Jinx, lie down. He won't fight.
This is Mr. Garrett, the district attorney, gentlemen.
Hello.
This is Sam Richardson, Chief. This one's Harry Trent, and this one is Slim Ferryman.
Hi. Hello.
Gentlemen, I understand your dog found the body, Mr. Richardson.
That's right.
When did you last see Mullen alive?
Yesterday morning. Passed each other by the fence down there. Talked a minute or two.
Now, how about you, Mr. Trent?
Well, I ain't seen Mullen for a couple of days, I guess.
Slim seems to be the one who saw him last, Chief.
Except for whoever killed him, he means, Mr. Garrett. I know what he means. Tell me about you while we walk over to the house.
Well, sure. I saw Mullen last night. We ate supper, and I turned in early.
Then this must have happened during the night.
Must have.
Why would Mullen come out to this field at night?
I don't know. I didn't even know he'd left the house until Richardson came pounding on the door and woke me up this morning after he found the body. Is that right, Sam? That's right.
Well, how come you didn't hear Richardson's dog? Body's closer to where you were than where he was.
Well, I was sleeping kind of heavy. I took a sleeping pill last night. Must have knocked me out good. We put in a hard day yesterday.
Doing what?
Loading alfalfa from this field onto the truck. Me and Mullen must have moved about 200 bales.
Oh? Well, I was wondering why there were so few bales from such a large field. Only a dozen or so left.
Well, Mullen had a buyer for most of it, I guess. Anyhow, he spent the day trucking it away.
Tire tracks all over the field, too.
Mm-hmm. Any idea who Mullen sold his crop to, Slim?
He didn't say.
You think somebody might have paid for the stuff, Chief? Then come back to rob him?
Yeah, that's it. Mullen made the robbing mighty convenient by coming out into this field at night.
Mm-hmm. There was no money on the body, Chief.
He may have hidden it in the house, or maybe he even had time to bank it yesterday. I want a thorough check made on it. If anybody...
Oh, that's the phone.
Hold it, Slim. I'll get it. You stay out here. Hello?
Mr. Garrett?
Oh, yes, Miss Minnow.
We located Mullen's sister, Ellie Wharton.
Oh, good. Where is she?
A town called Haskell, about 40 miles upstate. The address is 414 Sycamore Street.
Has she been notified of her brother's death?
I called the local minister, asked him to break it to her.
Oh, that's good. She may be in condition to talk by the time Harrington and I get there. I want you to call the lab. Have Fred Morgan set out here. Tell him to bring plaster of Paris, moulage equipment.
Yes, sir.
There are a lot of truck tire tracks in the field where Mullen was killed. I want castings made and compared with the tire tread on Mullen's own truck to make sure it was Mullen's truck.
Yes, sir.
And tell Fred to wait until evening to do it. I don't want anybody to see him.
I understand.
You know where to reach me. Ellie Wharton's in Haskell.
Yes, sir.
Who was it?
It was for me.
I'd like to get back to my farm if it's all right, Mr. Garrett.
Well, you can all go about your business for now. Come on, Harrington.
Where to, Chief?
Haskell, upstate. We'll take the Bullen's sister.
You think you'll know anything?
I don't know. But Mullen's friends and neighbors don't seem to know much, do they?
Why would anybody want to kill him?
Won't you sit down, Mrs. Wharton, please?
I can't. He was here only last Sunday, spending the day with us, playing with the baby and arguing with Dan.
Who's Dan?
My husband.
What were they arguing about, Mrs. Wharton?
Oh, I didn't mean a real argument. Politics, taxes. You know how men get to talking.
Do you know of anybody who might have gained anything by having your brother out of the way?
No, he never made any enemies.
The motive must have been robbery, Chief. The crop money.
Yes. I guess we'd better get back to town. Oh, you shouldn't be alone here, Mrs. Wharton.
The minister's coming back later.
Can't your husband come home from work?
He's away for a few days on a business trip.
Away? Where?
Buying crops. He works for the Haskell Feed and Grain Company.
Oh, see. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Wharton.
Chief, that job her husband's got.
Yes, buying feed and grain crops.
Seems to me like Mullen would sell that alfalfa to his own brother-in-law.
Seems that way to me, too. We'll drive over to Haskell Feed and Grain. I noticed their storage elevators off the highway when we were coming in.
Wharton won't be there.
Well, no, but they might be able to tell us where to find him.
Almost 4 p.m., Chief. We must have covered 50 farms since yesterday afternoon.
Well, Wharton's in this area someplace. Hey, look.
Huh? What?
Car parked outside of the barn up ahead.
Yeah, that's it, all right. Haskell Feed and Grain emblem on the side of the door. I don't see anybody around.
It might be in the barn.
There he is, the other end of the barn, leaning on the stall. Must be the owner of the farm he's talking to.
Oh, he's seen us. Coming this way now. Watch him carefully, just in case.
Yep. You fellas looking for me?
You Dan Wharton?
That's right.
Would you mind telling us when you last saw your brother-in-law?
2 days ago, when I started out on this trip.
You stopped by his place?
That's right.
Family call or business?
Business. Made a bid on his alfalfa. Was just about finished sweating, ready to be hauled for storage.
Oh, how did you pay him for it? Cash or a company check?
I didn't pay him for it. He said it wasn't for sale. You better be sure of that, mister. What do you mean?
He means Mullen's alfalfa crop was sold and moved just before Mullen was killed. The night of the day you stopped there.
Whoever told you that is a liar. It's no lie, Wharton. We saw it with our own eyes. I don't care what you saw. I know that alfalfa wasn't for sale, to me or anybody else.
What makes you so sure of that?
I'll tell you what makes me so sure, and you can check with Bob Mullen's bank. Bob told me he'd made arrangements for a bank loan to buy 20 head of dairy cattle. That's why I'm sure. He was getting them in next month, and he needed that alfalfa for winter forage. He couldn't have sold it. Not to anybody.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the blood harvest, here's an important message from my sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A farmer had been brutally murdered with a pitchfork in a harvested field. His helper had stated that the crop of alfalfa from the field had been sold the day of the murder. But the brother-in-law of the slain man insisted that the crop had not been sold. By the time I got back to my office, there was more disturbing information.
Morgan left these plaster castings to the truck tracks yesterday afternoon.
Did they match the tire treads on Mullen's truck?
He says no. Mullen's tires have just been recapped. These are badly worn. He marked the spots with red ink, especially the crescent-shaped gouge marks.
Might have been the buyer's truck, Chief.
Yes, except that Slim Ferryman said that Mullen hauled the stuff away after loading it. If it was the buyer's truck, Slim would have known who the buyer was, at least a description. Come on, Harrington. Bring those tire track castings with him.
Where to this time?
Back to Mullen's farm. I'm going to find the truck those tire marks came from.
Mullen only had the one truck.
Well, some of his neighbors own trucks, too. I want to make sure none of them owns one with a crescent-shaped gouge in one of the tires.
I'm about walked out, Chief. Why are we crossing the fields when we could drive to each place?
I don't want anybody to know what we're looking for.
Well, Richardson's place was clear. But we're lucky we didn't run into that dog of his. Well, this is Trent's place.
Yeah, looks like he moved his alfalfa crop, too. Seems clear. Where's the house?
Yeah, just about making out, see? Right there through the trees.
Good. They'll keep us covered. Keep your eyes on the ground.
Right. Hey, hold it.
What?
Nothing. Tractor marks here. Not what we're looking for.
Loose straw on the ground over there. Might have been a loading spot. Move that way.
Yeah. Trent must have had a lot of bales stacked there.
Yes. He certainly did. And there are the truck marks.
Same tread as the casting, all right.
And there's our crescent-shaped mark.
That truck might be over in the barn.
Now, let it go for now. Send the lad crew out late tonight to get a casting right from the tire while Trent's asleep.
Are we going to drive all the way back into town?
No. We'll call them from the village and wait for them. Meanwhile, let's get off Trent's property before he sees us.
Cafe in the next block should have a phone.
All right.
Hey, look.
Coming out of the cafe, going for his car. We didn't have to be so careful out of Trent's place after all. He was here in the village.
Yeah. Too bad we didn't know that.
Well, looks like Trent isn't the only one taking a day off.
Yeah. Slim Ferryman in there at the counter. They must have been together.
Now, let's go in.
Hello, Mr. Garrett. Mr. Harrington.
Hello, Slim.
Hiya.
You mind if we join you?
No, of course not. You got any line on who killed Mullen yet?
No. Too bad Mullen never mentioned the name of the man who bought his alfalfa.
Yeah, I wish he had.
You and Mullen go all through Korea together?
No, I never got overseas.
Oh, I thought you were war buddies.
Well, sure we were. I mean, I met Bob at a base hospital when he was shipped back. Bob Mullen was the best friend I ever had, you see?
Of course, Slim.
When you get the guy who killed him, I'd like to be there to watch when they strap the rat in the electric chair.
I know just how you feel. And I'll do my best to arrange it for you.
Well, I guess I better be going. Here's your money, mate. So long.
So long, Slim.
See you around. He let his teeth rattling there, Chief.
Yeah.
He was pretty frank about not being overseas with Mullen, though.
And he knew I could check his service record if he lied.
Oh, gosh. I forgot to call the lab.
Yes. But we're not going to wait from here. Call Miss Miller and tell her what we want.
Where are we going?
Back to Haskell's to pick up Dan Wharton. I need him.
Look, Mr. Garrett, I don't know where you're taking me, but I don't want to leave Ellie alone for long.
We'll get you back as soon as possible. You want to help us get the persons responsible for Mullen's death, don't you?
You know who did it?
We think so. But we need your help to prove it.
How much acreage did Mullen have in alfalfa? Like 7 or 8 to me.
8's right.
Know exactly how much the yield was?
Well, just about 2 tons an acre. 16 ton all told. That's a good yield for this year.
Well, we saw Trent's alfalfa acreage, Harrington. I'd say he cut about 6 acres, wouldn't you?
Gee, Chief, I wouldn't know.
I can tell you, it was 6 acres.
Well, how do you know, Wharton?
I bought Trent's alfalfa crop from my company. Saw him right after Mullen refused to sell.
Feed and grain companies keep a record of all their purchases, don't they?
Sure.
Can the bales be identified? I mean, are they tagged or stored in such a way that you could tell whom they were bought from?
Yes, they are.
What are you driving at, Chief?
Final proof to break Trent down. I want to know if Trent sold any more than 12 tons of alfalfa.
Okay, fellas. Okay, set it down here.
Yeah, set it down. Thanks, Ben. That's all.
So he did sell more.
That's right, Wharton. This is one of the bales Trent sold to Prescott Grain and Feed.
Sold it the day after he sold his entire crop to you.
And the day after Mullen was murdered.
How much of it did he sell?
15 tons.
Just a little less than Mullen raised.
There are a dozen bales left on Mullen's field, remember? Now, you've got to help us. Is it humanly possible to prove that this alfalfa came from Mullen's fields and not Trent's?
Yes.
Stuff grown on adjoining acreage? How?
Not by the alfalfa itself, but the way it's baled. This stuff Trent sold to me is baled with 14-gauge wire.
And what about it?
This stuff he sold to Prescott's is baled with 16-gauge wire. And that's the wire Bob Mullen baled with, 16-gauge.
All right, Harrington. Now we're ready to pick Trent up. And he can tell us where Slim Ferryman fits. Come on.
Light just went on inside.
I saw it.
Well, oh, it's you fellas. I heard your car come up the road and I thought...
And you thought it was somebody else.
No, I didn't know who it was.
Oh, we thought you might have been expecting Slim Ferryman.
No. Why would Slim come here?
To take a few lessons in farming, perhaps. So you could show him how to raise 27 tons of alfalfa on 6 acres.
27?
You must know how to do it, Trent, because you sold 27 tons.
But 15 tons of it belonged to Bob Mullen. He baled heavier. He used 16-gauge wire while you used 14-gauge.
I bought Mullen's crop.
He turned down Dan Wharton and sold it to you?
I mean, I hauled it for him. He thought the price might be better someplace else.
Not enough to haul it an extra 30 miles to Prescott's. And besides, you made that sale the day after Mullen was killed.
I had to do it. I was in a trap. I was afraid Slim would kill me, too.
Did he kill Mullen? Were you an eyewitness?
Yes, I saw him do it. I never touched Mullen.
Where is Slim now?
I thought you were him when you drove up. He was going to come by sometime during the night. I've been holding Prescott's check for Mullen's crop. Mrs. Slim was going to pick it up, take it someplace tomorrow for cashing.
There's a car coming up the road now, Chief.
Handcuff 10 to that water pipe. Quick.
But I didn't kill him. I didn't.
Listen, make it easy.
Let's get out there, Herndon.
Why not let them come to
He
us?
won't stop. You'll see our car and recognize it the minute he turns in behind the house.
He saw it. He's backing up the turn.
Get his tires.
That stopped him.
He's running for it. Move off to that side. The car's shielding him.
Stop running, Slim. You can't beat a bullet.
He's running into the barn.
What's that?
Down the stall there, I think.
Doc, I can't see.
Look out, Harrington!
I got him.
Yes. I think that's Trent's truck there. I'll turn on the headlights. He's dead, Harrington.
Yeah, I didn't see him. I don't even know how I hit him. I just ducked when you yelled, and something whizzed by, and I fired.
Yeah, he was on the ladder to the loft.
What was it he threw at me?
This.
What is it?
Sickle. Dug into the stall post about 2 inches deep.
Yeah, I was standing right there, too. Felt that feed bag brush my face just as you yelled. It's a lucky thing you did.
Yeah, I'm afraid Slim Ferryman wouldn't agree with him.
Look where he landed.
Yes. Stall full of alfalfa. Let's get Trent and take him in. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Slim Ferryman's death ended the case. Harry Trent entered a plea of guilty to murder in the second degree and is now serving a 20-year sentence. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lloyd.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Waterman's Pens and Waterman's Ink present Gangbusters.
Girl to cover his elaborate plans, but who learned that even the spending of 3 copper pennies could change the course of his life.
Waterman's Pens, every one a master writing instrument, and Waterman's Ink, the ink that goes up to 3 times as far as ordinary inks, are proud to bring you Gangbusters, presenting facts in the endless war of the police on the underworld, facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their work of protecting our citizens. Commissioner Louis J. Valentine, on leave as interviewer of Gangbusters, has now arrived in Tokyo, where he is to serve at the personal request of General Douglas MacArthur. Waterman's expects to bring you his voice by shortwave in the near future. Meanwhile, Gangbusters has asked Dr. Carlton Simon of New York, internationally known criminologist, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Now, Dr. Simon, I understand the criminal in tonight's case played a major part in the plot which led to a spectacular escape from the Eastern Penitentiary last Easter.
He did indeed, Don Gardner. This killer, Bow Wow Bowers, was cunning, shrewd, and merciless.
His background must be of extreme interest to criminology, Dr. Simon.
It certainly is, Don. For the soundest way to combat crime is to know how the criminal's mind thinks and works. So I'm going to start tonight's case at a summer resort on a large lake in Wayne County, Pennsylvania. After dinner, a young couple was seated on a porch swing, looking out over the lake, which was brightened to silver by a full moon.
Scranton never was like this, Horace.
No? How's the rain, Scranton?
You'll have to come visit me sometime. She loves my family.
I guess I would, Peggy. For anything like you. But, baby, you and me, well, we made a lot of progress in 3 weeks.
Yes, Horace.
Well, there's not many women I'd give a second look. Let alone a kiss.
Oh, darling.
Yeah?
Do you really have to leave?
I'll be back, Peggy. In a day or so.
Oh, don't go, please.
Believe me, Peggy, there's nothing I like better than staying here with you, but I got to leave as soon as Andy comes downstairs.
Oh, that Andy. Why do I have a man like that working for me?
He's handy to have around. Andy drives the car, carries my samples, knows a lot of people.
I still don't care much for him. He takes you away from me.
But I'll be back, Peggy.
When?
Perhaps tomorrow. You'll be here?
I should have left the home last week.
You stick around, Peggy. Oh, there's Andy. We're late now. Look, kid, there's nothing for you at home. Wait here for me.
All right, Horace. Hurry back.
So long, baby. Let's go, Andy.
Right.
You and that thing. So what? Hold it. I got a pebble on my shoe.
What do you want to get involved with a dame for, Bowers? They ain't got enough trouble. Every cop in Pennsylvania is not after us.
That's the idea, Andy.
Okay.
Just in case, Peggy Foster's going to be our alibi. She's going to be our proof we were right here when the cops say we weren't.
Yeah, you couldn't get her to tell a lie, you know it.
Well, just give me another week or so, and she'll jump into the lake if I ask her to.
Yeah?
Sure. Come on.
Okay, if you say so. But I'd just like one look at her face when she finds out you're trying to stay.
Shut up and hop in the car.
Hey, I thought it wasn't taking us great.
Only in the works, Bob. We'll grab another car there.
Oh, I get it. A double switch.
Yeah. I got a nice Buick picked out. The owner won't miss for a week. Get going. I want to make this switch and take that nightclub in Easton before...
Attention, all police. Be on watch for 2 armed bandits in stolen black Buick sedan. Believed fleeing north from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania on Highway 611. Brutal gunmen identified as ex-convicts Bow Wow Bowers and partner Andrioli. Held up 5 nightclubs and taverns vicinity Easton during past 48 hours. Blocked all roads. Authority, Captain Hall, Pennsylvania State Police.
You wanted to see me, Captain Hall? Oh, Trooper Browski, sit down. Sit down. Yes. Browski, this wave of assaults and hold-ups has got to be stopped. Well, at least we know who we're looking for. Yes, but where? The devil only knows what kind of a hideout Bowers is using now. You haven't got any leads, Captain? Almost none. Browski, I want you to take charge of the hunt. Just the chance I've been waiting for, Captain. Now, you'll have to work in plain clothes. Of course. Haunt all the taverns and nightclubs in this area. Any scrap of information will help. I'd give a year's pay to catch him red-handed, Captain. So would I. You ever handled Bowers before, Brusky? Oh, yes, Captain. I questioned him for several hours before he was sent to the penitentiary last time. Good. Then you'd know Bowers in sight. I couldn't miss him. Now, be careful. Bowers would probably know you, too. Don't worry, Captain. All right, Brusky. You stay on this assignment until Bowers is put away for keeps.
Hello?
Hello, Peggy. The moon's still out on the lake?
It's you, darling.
Yes, sir?
I thought you'd be back here till like yesterday.
I couldn't make it, Peggy. Business.
When are you coming back?
Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week.
Oh, Horace.
Now, look, kid, I got an idea. Why don't you drive down to Wilkes-Barre and meet me?
Well, all right, where?
Well, Boulevard Inn's a nice, quiet place. Suppose you meet me there tomorrow night, about 11.
Boulevard Inn, Wilkes-Barre.
Yeah. I'll see you there about 11 tomorrow night. Understand me?
I won't, darling. Bye.
Right.
Well, where is this dame, Powell? She's an hour late already. How are we going to use her for an hour?
Shut up, Andy. I'm sorry enough about you rubbing it in. And stop putting nickels in that jukebox.
If you got to play around with a dame, why pick on one like that?
Peggy's class, that's why.
Okay, she's class. How long do you think she'd stick around if she knew who you were?
She'd stick.
Don't make me laugh, boss. Just look at that moon in your eyes from the summer.
Shut up. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. You sure you're throwing a Boulevard Inn?
That's the name of this joint, ain't it? Boulevard Inn? That's what I told her.
Look, Powell, it's risky enough coming to this joint, but it's like waiting around for an hour. Where is this thing?
Something could have happened. Peggy don't show up in 5 minutes, I'm going to phone her. Brasky, Captain.
Oh, anything new on Bowers, Brasky?
I've been to a lot of clubs and taverns, didn't learn much.
I got a report a little while ago, Brasky. 2 nightclubs held up early tonight, just across the New Jersey line.
Bowers?
Looks like his work. I'll take your report over the phone, Brasky.
Well, it's too dark to read my notes in this booth, Captain. Besides, there's a guy outside pacing up and down like a tiger waiting to use the phone. Must be expecting twins or something.
Well, where are you, Brasky, in case I want to reach you?
Please go to the Boulevard Inn in Wilkes-Barre.
Boulevard Inn and Wilkes-Barre. Right, okay. Let the other fella have the phone. Maybe it's triplets.
Bye, Captain. Okay, mister, the phone's all yours.
It's about time. Forward. Copper. No, you don't touch her. Quiet, Copper. All right. The next guy that moves gets the same treatment. Line up over there. This is a stick-up.
Every police officer in northeastern Pennsylvania joined in the hunt for the killers of Trooper John Broski. But police were stymied, Don, until they saw a young boy spend 3 cents in Philadelphia.
Well, before you tell us the significance of this, Dr. Simon, here's a word from Waterman. When a friend says to you, mind lending me your pen a second, are you proud of the pen you hand over? You surely are if it's one of the new Watermans. So sleek, so slim, so trim, it's beautiful. A fountain pen is one of your most personal possessions, reflecting the very character of its owner. And when you add the superb writing qualities of Waterman's hand-ground points, notice I say hand-ground points, you have a doubly beautiful writing instrument. Ink feeds in Waterman's pens are also beautiful precision work, accurate down to microscopic limits. Everything in these fine pens is made to Waterman's high standards, standards that have been famous for more than 60 years. And when we say high standards, we mean every Waterman's pen, from the modestly priced Stalwart at $3.50 up to the magnificent Taperite models at $8.75 and $13.50 plus tax. Choose your pen for beauty, writing ability, long life, precision, value, and for reputation. When you choose a Waterman's, you know you are getting the pen on the top in all these standards of judgment. So just look for the name Waterman and get the best. Now back to Gangbusters in the case of Bow Wow Bowers. Now, Dr. Simon, just how did the Pennsylvania State Police go about their search for the murder of Trooper Brodsky?
Well, Don, Captain Hall took charge of the investigation at the Wilkes-Barre headquarters of the State Police. About an hour after the murder, Sergeant Haynes reported to Captain Hall on one phase of the investigation.
I got the young lady outside, Captain.
What's her name, Sergeant?
Peggy Foster, sir. I checked on her. Comes from good people in Stratton.
Peggy Foster, huh? Do you know why she's here?
Not yet, sir.
All right, bring her in.
Yes. All right, miss, in here, please.
I wish you'd tell me why I'm here. was ridiculous. I didn't even see the shooting.
Captain Hall, this is Miss Peggy Foster. How do you do?
Captain, would you mind explaining all this to me?
Would you sit down, Miss Foster?
All right, but I still don't see
Sit down, please, would you? Now, would you explain exactly what you were doing at the Boulevard Inn tonight?
Of course I'll explain. I'm a guest at a summer resort in Wayne County. I was to meet another guest, Mr. Burns, Mr. Horace Burns, at the Boulevard Inn at 11 o'clock.
But you didn't arrive until after midnight, 5 minutes after the shooting.
I had a flat tire on the way. I had to change it myself. Look at my clothes.
When you came into the tavern and learned there was a murder, you became hysterical.
When I didn't see Mr. Burns, the thought suddenly struck me that he was the one who'd been killed.
You didn't know it was Trooper Brusky?
Somebody finally told me.
Then you never did see this Mr. Burns at the tavern?
No, sir. I don't know what could have happened to him.
Miss Foster, would you take a look at this photograph?
Certainly.
Is that Mr. Burns?
Yes, that's Horace. But this number, why the number?
What do you think?
He's no criminal.
He killed Trooper Brusky.
No.
He's wanted for 24 recent holdups.
He couldn't, not Horace.
Miss Foster, it's true.
No.
Now, look, please, Miss Foster, please try to help us.
All right, Captain Wall, I'll try.
Your Mr. Burns is really Horace Bowers. He's a killer.
There must be a mistake. He was so nice to me. So nice.
Miss Foster, I'm afraid he wasn't sincere. He was using you for an alibi.
Oh, no.
Now, in the weeks that Bowers saw you, he may have unconsciously told you many things. Little things that may help us find him. Now, we'd like to start asking you questions. Little questions.
All right, Captain.
Now, Miss Foster, when did you first meet Bowers?
The day I registered at the lake, 2 weeks ago.
How was he dressed?
Very smartly. He always liked to dress well.
Did you see his luggage? How many suitcases was he carrying?
I don't remember that.
What else did Bowers have to drink?
Nothing, only 2 highballs.
What time did he leave the next day?
10. I think it was 10.
What was he wearing?
Sport jacket, I think.
Did he leave Andrew Olive behind when he drove away that day?
No, sir. I think Andrew...
Commenting about the noises trains make near his home, you say?
Yes, always.
In Philadelphia?
Yes, Philadelphia.
Is this North Philadelphia?
Yes, North Philadelphia.
And Bowers said he was heading for Philadelphia as soon as he left this part of the country.
Yes.
And the last time you heard from Bowers was when he called you tonight.
That was the last time, yes.
Well, I think that's all for now. And we're very much obliged, Miss Foster.
Thank goodness.
Thank you very much, Miss Foster. Sorry we had to question you so long. You can go now and get some rest. Sergeant and I have some work.
All right, Captain. Good night.
Well, Captain, what's our first move?
Well, from what the girl said, Bowers apparently sees a lot of Philadelphia.
Bowers knows we're hotter after him than ever, Captain. We'll have a good hideout. He won't show his face outside.
Well, it won't be easy. But did the girl's answers convey any particular quirks to you about Bowers' personality?
He seems pretty vain.
And curious.
Right. So?
We would be especially curious about the progress of our investigation into Trooper Brusky's murder.
You mean he'll read the newspapers?
Exactly. And the most detailed accounts will be carried in the Wilkes-Barre papers. And Bowers will want to see them most of all.
I think you've got it, Captain. I'll put an immediate cover on every stand in Philadelphia that handles out-of-town newspapers.
Captain Hall speaking.
Sergeant Haynes, Captain. I think we've located Bowers.
Good.
An hour ago, a young boy bought yesterday's Wilkes-Barre paper at the main newsstand in North Philadelphia.
Railroad station?
Yes, sir. Boy's never been near Wilkes-Barre. He was buying the paper for someone else.
Bowers?
From the description, yes. He's at the Palm Manor Apartments. 2 men are covering the place now.
Get set for a raid immediately, Sergeant. We'll see if we can put a muzzle on this Bowers.
The men posted on all street corners, Sergeant.
Got the block surrounded, Captain.
Good. On a night like this, Bowers might slip out through the storm.
This is the house, Captain.
Come on. The gunfire now. I'll be ready for anything.
What is it?
The janitor. The water's leaking down into the basement from your apartment.
Just a second.
Let's have to move fast now. Guns out, yes, sir.
Hey.
All right, Bowers, get your hands up.
What's this? Don't move, Andreoli. Are you down?
Come along, you two. You're wanted for murder.
Bowers and Andreoli were tried promptly for the murder of State Trooper Brodsky, Don, and both received life sentences in Eastern State Penitentiary, Philadelphia. In prison, Bowers was assigned to the corner cell of the 10th cell block. He became sullen and moody. At night, when the other convicts were asleep, Bowers paced his cell, brooding and thinking.
Hey, Bowers, for Pete's sake, will you stop that walking up and down? How can other guys sleep?
Shut up.
You act like you was going stir crazy.
I'm getting out of this can.
Who's going to boost you over the wall? The warden?
I ain't going over the wall.
Oh, no?
No, under it.
What, huh?
Yeah, a tunnel.
Oh, you're nuts. The guards would spot a tunnel in no time.
You gotta have camouflage. I got it all worked out. Any con can get permission to build a bookcase in his cell, right?
And the shelf. So what?
So we'll build that bookcase. Then all we need is some plaster and some water. That's for the rest of the camouflage.
Now I know you're not.
Nah, I've been reading a magazine. There was a picture of it. A picture of a death mask.
A death mask? You mean one of them plaster casts that they make of your face and your head?
Yeah. We build a tunnel right from this cell here. The bookcase will cover up the tunnel so nobody can see it. The death masks and some stuff bunched up under the covers will make the guard think it's us sleeping, while we're really digging the tunnel.
You forget one little thing, Bowers.
What?
The dirt. What do we do with the dirt from the tunnel?
Easy. Lots of times during the day, all the cells are open and us cons can come and go. We get a dozen guys in on this. We give them the dirt to carry out in their hats, their pockets, paper bags, anything. And they dump it around the grounds. Us birds will be flying out of this cage before you know it. Get out of your bed.
Yeah, Bowers. Help me with this case, all right?
Easy now.
Yeah.
Okay. Crawl into the tunnel. I'll fix the bookcase back in place and arrange the death mask.
The way things are going, Bowers, we gotta break through with another couple of nights' work.
Got the talk and crawl in there before the guard comes back. Hurry up.
Yeah. Okay.
Come in.
Scott, some other guards and myself just noticed something this evening in the grounds around the prison buildings that looks rather suspicious.
Yes?
There's some spots in the yard where it looks like fresh earth has been stamped into the ground.
Fresh earth, eh?
Yeah.
I mean only one thing. Convicts digging a tunnel somewhere and trying to dispose of the dirt they take out. Order an immediate search. The cell blocks in every building in the prison.
I don't care who says so. There can't be any tunnel being dug from this part of the prison.
Just the same, we're going to check and recheck every hour right through the night. Okay. Flash your light into this cell.
Nah. Both convicts sound asleep.
We'll try the next.
Okay, here.
Whose cell is this?
Powers.
Flash your light.
Sound asleep. You move back along the next row?
Yeah. Okay, that's you. Wait a minute. Flash your light inside the cell again.
What's the matter? Both those kinds are asleep?
Yes, but just watch those parties.
They're not breathing.
Right. Open the cell door. Careful. Pull the covers off this cot.
It's empty. Only blankets.
And a plaster cast. A death mask.
Look there. I'm in case.
A tunnel.
Yeah.
Get out and alarm. I'll watch here. They aren't still in the tunnel. They didn't get very far.
about awful quick, fellas.
Lucky it's still dark. Keep running.
We need a car. Quick.
Run. We'll get a car.
Hey, look. A milk truck.
Flag him down.
Down, will you? Hold it.
Come on.
Some other cops stopped me back there. You guys ain't cops?
How'd you guess it, brother? Get out of the truck. Try any funny stuff and you'll get this knife in the throat.
Yes, sir.
Quick.
Yes, sir.
We'll keep the driver quiet. All right, guys, climb aboard. Come on.
Drive up ours. He'll squeal and cops will spot this milk truck a mile away.
We're ditching the next car we see.
And it's a car up ahead.
Good, after it.
Ours.
What?
The cops. Behind us.
Give it the gas, Fred.
We ain't got a chance, Bowers.
Faster. I got it down to the floor. Take the next corner. Take it. Watch out.
Yeah, hold it. Where's the cops?
You ain't taking me.
Come out of there.
Watch him, he's got a knife. I killed one cop. I'll show you how you...
The rest of you come out. Okay, got my hands up. Sergeant, get an ambulance for Bowers. The rest of you line up against the wall. One move and you get the same thing. Bowers recovered from his wound, Don, and he and the other men who participated in that break last April the 3rd are back in Eastern State Penitentiary.
Well, that certainly was quick work on the part of Pennsylvania police, Dr. Simon. And I can see what you mean by the necessity of knowing how the criminal mind thinks and acts in combating crime. Thank you for a fine case, Dr. Simon. And now, before we broadcast our Gangbusters clues, here is a word from Waterman's. Change is a wonderful thing, but not when it may detract from downright quality. When Waterman's make their famous blue-black ink, for instance, there is only one way. Do they add harmful solvents? No, sir. This great ink is all ink, and nothing else but. That's why, according to tests conducted by a nationally famous independent laboratory, Waterman's Blue Black wrote up to 3 times as much as other nationally advertised inks. Yes, it gives you, in your pen, up to 6,500 extra words per filling. Another way downright quality pays off, Waterman's is almost impervious to time itself, to fading, even water. It enables you to write clear, sharp letters and words that remain clear and sharp. Yet this world-favorite ink actually costs only 10 cents in its handy tip-fill bottle. The same price, 10 cents, buys any of the other 7 smart colors, too. So if you want ink that stays with you, that avoids frequent refilling of your pen, that resists fading, that writes sharp and clear, say Waterman's to your dealer. You'll spend only a dime, and you'll get the best. Now, Gangbusters Nationwide Clues, broadcast every week as a public service to assist American police in their war against the underworld.
Red marks on back of his
dark center of forehead, red marks on back of neck. Watch for Jess Hedger, escaped murderer. Owning citizens United States. Be on alert for Jerry Jackson, wanted on charge of fleeing Mississippi to avoid prosecution, murder. Jackson's description, Negro, about 43, 5 feet 9 inches, 155 pounds, black hair, maroon eyes, very dark complexion, large scar across forehead, cut scar both arms, uses profanity constantly. Jerry Jackson, sought on murder charge.
These are the clues on the most urgently sought persons in the United States tonight, March 16th, 1946. If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once.
Next week, the case of New York's West Side Syndicate, whose imagination and cunning led them to case Uncle Sam himself for $4 million in cash, but who failed to calculate how a paper cutter could frustrate their trial.
Listen next week, same time, same station, to this authentic case of the West Side Syndicate on Gangbusters. And anytime, anywhere, when you are buying a fountain pen or when you are buying ink, always look for the name Waterman. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Conrad Nagel inviting you to stay tuned for the next half hour for one of radio's outstanding dramatic productions on Proudly We Hail. Proudly We Hail. And now another Proudly We Hail, one of radio's outstanding dramatic half hours, transcribed coast to coast in cooperation with this station and presented by your Army and your Air Force. From Radio City, New York, here is your host and star on Proudly We Hail, the distinguished star of the theater, screen, radio, and television, Conrad Nagel. Thank you, Kenneth Banghart. Hello, everyone. Welcome again to Proudly We Hail. Conrad, I believe you said this was an especially entertaining and charming story. Yes, Ken, it is. It's a moving story about early America. The title of our play is Folk Tale, and we journey to the mountains of Tennessee for a chapter of the lives of some interesting people. Our first act will begin after this very important message.
I'd like to point out that every man and every woman in the United States has a definite part in the stepped-up program of national defense. Young women between 18 and 34 who can qualify are urgently needed for service in the Women's Army Corps. Remember, by enlisting in the Women's Army Corps, you'll enjoy the gratifying feeling of satisfaction that comes in doing your part for your country during these critical times. Visit your local United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station. Talk to the local recruiter and learn all the facts. Volunteer today.
And now, with your star, Conrad Nagel, in the role of Nat Adams, your Army and your Air Force present the Proudly We Hail production, Folk Tale.
One morning in May, I spied a fair maiden a-raking of hay.
Beyond the river lay the forest thick and dark, moving in a green sea ever west toward the mountains. Along the river the land was rich and good, the sweet grass taller than a long rifle. Pine and beech, oak and spruce flanked the hills reaching upward. You could bet a good coonskin cap this was a place for settlement, and that some small part of the great human tide sweeping outward from the east would spill into the valley and call it home.
Man, oh, slack and slow. Thank
jaw, Fitz. If you don't mind my saying so, you've got a voice like a gumbaroo.
Morning, Ethan. Glad to see how you can hear my voice with all that racket you're making.
I got very active ears, my friend. I can hear everything that's going on from Wildemont Creek to Hemong Flats.
You don't tell me. Must be a mighty informed man.
Most informedest man I know.
Well, then maybe you can hear where Sam Morgan's at right now.
I could be dead a week to know the answer to that one.
Well, don't keep it to yourself.
Yep, and I've been dead that long, I can't talk so well.
Oh, select your roll, thank the man.
I ain't been dead that long. He's up on the ridge hunting cockeyed alligators. What you insisting all fired to hurry to find Sam for?
Appears to me, Ethan, as blacksmith of this here community,
Appears to me we got something. Riding a prime horse.
Looks like a fancy dance.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Would this be River Hollow?
If it ain't, stranger, and we all been mighty mistaken.
Well, whatever it is, it fair takes the eye. And Eden in the wilderness.
We like it tolerable well.
Of course, in the spring, there's the flittericks. They's amount dangerous. The woods is always crawling with hide-behinds, and the lumberland is apt to strike when you least expect it.
And then every year, just about this time, when everything's all colored up, there's a band of wild Indians comes up and skunk totes and scalps a few citizens. Some say they're Wyandots. Some say Mingos. Now, Ethan here thinks they're a cross between Shawnees and Black Bars.
Well, that must have been the bunch I ran into back near the gap.
You mean you met up with some Indians?
I most certainly did.
Well, what happened?
Well, it was just about sunup when they jumped me. Must have been about 50 or 60 of them hollering and yelling something fierce.
No.
Yeah, I rode hard with the bullets and arrows flying all around me. Well, it's not knowing country. I turned off the trail and into a narrow canyon. They followed me. You can imagine how I felt when I came smack up against a 300-foot cliff and no way out.
Well, what happened?
Well, just what you'd expect. They killed me.
Excuse him. He wouldn't be pulling out a leg, would he, Fitz? Oh, stranger, I'm glad to make your acquaintance. His name is Ethan Taylor. This here's Fitzgerald.
It's a pleasure, gentlemen. I'm Nat Adams.
Nat Adams, eh? Any kind of Jedediah Adams lives up by Custaga Falls?
No, I don't think so.
The country's full of Adamses.
Room for one more?
Oh, plenty of room here if you aim to settle.
No finest spot from Detroit to New Orleans.
He ain't been near the place, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was right for once.
Well, they told me about this place back in Clarksboro. I thought I'd have a look.
Well, if I ain't too bold, you a family man?
No, I'm alone. No family, just Cindy here.
Smart amount of horse flesh.
Oh, she's that. How many families in this valley?
Old ain't crowded. 50, maybe 60.
Oh, I think I'll ride down and have a look around. Easy there, girl. I'm pleased to have met you both. See you again soon, I trust.
Nat Adams, eh?
Told a middling good story. They killed him.
You notice the brass buckles on his boots?
Now, why don't you go find Sam Morgan and let me get at my work?
You ain't got no manners, Ethan.
I'm the most unmannered critter I know. Now let me be.
Like a rose, hangs the man.
He rode in the mountains one morning in May.
Well, good day, mistress.
Good day, sir.
This the Morgan house?
It is.
I'm looking for Samuel Morgan. Is he to home?
He should be presently, sir. Could I be of help?
Thank you, but I don't think so. I'll come back later.
If you care to wait, you're welcome.
Well, it's very kind of you, but you sure it won't be inconvenient?
Oh, it'll be none. If you know anything of butter churning, you'd be for help.
Well, I'll do my best, mistress.
Come here. I'm sure Paul won't be long. He went off hunting this morning.
Couldn't have picked a better day.
All days are like to him when it comes to that. He's more at home in the woods than he is here. Sit there, sir.
Well, can I help you do that?
Oh, no. I shouldn't have spoken of it. This is woman's work, and if Paul should come a finding you a churning, he'd be angry. Have you come far?
My home was in Williamsburg, in Virginia.
In Virginia? And you've come all the way here to see Paul?
No, not exactly. They told me at the trading post he was the man to see.
Oh. You're going to settle here?
Well, I couldn't find a prettier spot, do you think?
None that I've seen. It's beautiful now, is it not? The forest all in color and the air like May wine. Only it's October. You don't look like a farmer, if I may speak boldly.
No. What do I look like, mistress, if I may ask boldly?
I don't really know. Not sour like a parson, and not rough like a woodsman. Are you a trader?
No, not a trader.
I don't know if there's anything else a man could be in these parts.
Well, let's just say I'm a man who had an itch to find the frontier. Now that I've found it, I've an itch to settle on it and practice a trade that's sadly neglected here.
What, pray tell, would that do? You're not a lawyer.
You better churn faster.
Yes, I'm back. Where be you?
I'm here, Pa.
I got me a prime painter order to make.
Pa, this gentleman come to call on you.
Name's Nathaniel Adams, Mr. Morgan.
You don't say. New to these parts, ain't you?
Yes, rode in this morning.
Couldn't have waited at Blunt's Tavern till I got back, could you?
I invited Mr. Adams in, Pa.
Don't speak well for your judgment, gal.
Oh.
Well, I'm sorry if I'm intruded, sir. They said at the trading post you were the man to talk to. I'll state my business and be gone.
State it.
You don't have a school in this valley. As far as I can tell, there isn't one within 100 miles. I plan to start one.
A school teacher?
You stay shut, Deb. You can plan all you want, mister, and you're right. Ain't no school in 100 miles because folks here don't need one. Only need men here. Men to farm, men to hunt, and to fight if it needs be. Don't need no fancy pants booklining. I don't allow you to work it.
Well, I'll give it a try anyway.
Now, don't get me riled, son. If I say there ain't no school, there ain't, and that's what I say. Now, let's all part peaceable and you get on your way.
It's not up to you to say, Pa. Just because they made you head of the council don't mean you can decide this. Everyone will have to vote on it.
Turn that butter and keep your mouth quiet.
But...
You can go out that way, Mr. Adams.
Oh, stranger, you've come for to stay. You're not welcome, stranger, down Tennessee way.
If I see duplications that you folks go down and stay set, reminds me of a parcel of cougars in a quilting bag. Now, there ain't no need of me telling you why this chivalry was called. For over a week now, this here Nancy Daisy schoolmarm been anti-gobbling around stirring up this peaceful community with talk of booklining. He came to me first and I told him straight out. Now, I'm again it. Ain't no need for a school here. Too much work for everybody to be wasting time making marks on the paper. Seems as though some of you folks don't agree. So we've got to take a vote. More waste of time. I ain't got anything else to say. But if you vote him to stay, don't expect no help from me. Frontier ain't no place for a man who can't do a man's work.
You got anything you want to say, Mr. Adams, before we even takes a vote?
Well, only that Mr. Morgan seems to have the wrong idea. This school isn't for him, although I'm sure he could use it. It's for children, so when they grow up, they won't be pig-headed, narrow-minded, unneighborly, and just plain stupid.
You talk mighty pert, mister. Let's see how you back your word.
Man, we ain't going to have no trouble here. Everybody's all dressed up in their fancy duds. I got me new doeskin shirt on, and I ain't getting it all muddied up over your inclination.
You sit down, Sam, until we can go to school.
All right, then. All them that's forever holler having a school and Mr. Adams being schoolmaster, lift the cloth.
Oh, stranger, will you be a stranger no more?
Mr. Adams? Mr. Adams?
Oh, is something wrong, Mistress Morgan?
Oh, no. No, I just want to say that I'm glad we're going to have a school here.
Well, that's very kind of you. You don't agree with your father.
Oh, Pa's a little stubborn and set in his ways. You mustn't mind.
Well, I'll try not to. Can I walk you home?
Oh, no. No, I don't think that'd be wise. Well, will anyone be able to go to your school?
Of course. There's a big room in the trading post I'll be using for a start. You know some older person who'd like to attend?
Yes, I would. My mother taught me how to write my name and to read a little, but I should like to know more, much more.
Well, I shall feel honored. But if I may say it, you speak as an educated person, not as most of the others.
Oh, that's a mother, too. She was educated and lived in a great white house in Baltimore. She used to tell me about it. She died 2 years ago with the lung fever. She was frail and small and not meant for this kind of life.
No, I'm sorry to hear that. You have no brothers or sisters?
I have 4 brothers. They're all out there in the wilderness somewhere. We seldom see
Never
them.
get on home.
Well, Paul, is there any need to sneak up on a body?
Don't task me, gal. Just do as I say.
Good night, Mistress Morgan.
Good night, Mr. Adams.
I ain't no bully, boy. Boy, don't waste his time on a rabbit, so I'm giving you fair warning, Mr. Schoolmarm. Stay away from my daughter. Stay away from my house and stay away to me. Else I'll just naturally be obliged to make tallow out of your hide. Is that clear in your head?
Perfectly clear, Mr. Morgan. Good night.
Chicken livered.
Hear the stranger whistling, hear the nightingale sing.
Hear the stranger
whistling, hear the nightingale sing.
Conrad Nagel, starring in the role of Nat Adams in the proudly we hail production Folktale, will return in just a moment for the second act.
Your growing United States Army needs registered nurses. This is an opportunity for registered nurses to be of vital service to their country by offering their services to the Army Nurse Corps. You'll become a commissioned officer and have excellent opportunities to further your career. You'll have the benefit of working with the finest medical equipment in the world, and you'll learn the newest professional techniques in anesthesia, operating room procedure, nursing administration, and many, many others. So get all the facts today. Do this by writing or wiring the Surgeon General, United States Army, Washington 25, D.C. Do it now.
You are listening to Proudly We Hail. And now with your star, Conrad Nagel, in the role of Nat Adams, we present the second act of Folktale.
The summer must pass, and the winter must be. The stranger no longer a stranger is he.
Good day, Ethan. Good day, Nat. Syndicast the shoe?
Afraid so.
Well, you've come to the right place.
Yeah, looks like snow again.
Got that smell.
Yeah, it's been a mighty cold winter.
Son, this ain't no winter at all. Remember one winter, maybe 10, maybe 20 years back? Ain't so good on days. Was all fired cold one day, blame sun got froze up in the sky at 9:30.
Amazing. What happened?
Well, so far as I recollect, everything stood still for 3 whole days. Just shook and shivered.
Yeah.
Finally, one of them big shooting stars come along and hit the sun a good lick. Shook it up enough to break the ice around it. Like you think, if that shooting star hadn't come, everything might still be standing, shivering and shaking.
Yeah, that's a horrible thought.
How's things going at the schoolhouse?
Fine. Why don't you come yourself? We're holding night classes now for the older folks.
Can't teach an old horse new tricks. Good for the young'uns, though. Won't always be wilderness here. Too bad Sam's taking such a darnel dislike to you.
Yeah. Wish I knew how to make friends with him.
The only way to take the catamounts is in a fight.
Well, I'll not fight with him.
Can't say as I blame you. He's a regular ring-tailed roarer. Now, who's still singing?
The stranger he courted both trouble and love.
Easy, Cindy, easy. Oh, Mistress Morgan, is anything wrong?
No, I saw you right out to the porch, so I followed you.
Oh. Well,
He hasn't allowed me to come to your school. You know that.
Yes, I heard.
I don't want to get you in trouble with him because I know what he can be like when he's...
Well, I understand.
That coonskin cap and those buckskins, you look like a woodsman.
But I don't play the part very well, is that it?
Oh, you can't help that. You're a school teacher.
Well, of course, if I were the alligator breed that Ethan speaks so colorfully about, I'd have a showdown with him.
I'm not blaming you. I want to ask you a favor.
Well, ask it. Easy, Cindy, easy.
Well, if I could meet you somewhere each day, you could give me lessons to do, and I suppose that's brazen of me, but
Well, I'd be glad to meet you. Although I don't like going behind his back.
But it's the only way unless...
Wherever you say and whenever you say, I'll be there.
Love blossomed in winter. Love waited for spring.
Yes, sir.
Ain't no one in River Hollow don't know of it but Sam himself.
And don't you be the one to open your jaw to him.
Well, he's bound to find out one day. Been meeting like that all winter long.
I knowed a critter once with a nose nigh on to 10 feet long. It was called a wingdag. You must be a near relation.
Of course, you ain't know nothing about it.
Well, it ain't my business. I don't attend to.
Well, you'll attend the funeral, I hope. I can see the tombstone now. Here lies Nat Adams, which got cruelly torn to bits by a bar, named Sam Morgan.
Oh, get up there. Note another varmint you remind me of.
Love flowered in spring while the nightingale sings.
Deborah.
Oh, Nat.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting, but...
I was beginning to be afraid that Pard...
Oh, no fear. See, he and a party across the river hunting.
I might have known a spring day like this. Oh, isn't it beautiful?
You add to its beauty, Deborah.
I picked some laurel while I was waiting.
It goes well with you.
Don't you want to look at the work I've done?
Later. Deborah, this is no way. Meeting in secret like thieves.
You are a thief. You've stolen my heart.
I couldn't help it, Deborah. Will you take mine in return?
Oh, Nat. Nat, I love you so. Kiss me again.
Deborah, I want you for my wife. We'll tell him. And he can do his worst. I'll no longer play the gentleman. If I have to fight him for you, I'll fight him.
No, you don't know how terrible he could be.
Well, it's the only way.
Oh, we don't have to stay here. I'll go with you anyway.
Deborah, I've never run from any man. The only reason I've kept away from him was because of you. Now, because of you, I'll face him. And we'll put an end to acting like children.
If he should hurt you or kill you,
You'll do neither. And now let's not spoil the rest of the afternoon. When it's over, we'll go down to him. If we walk up there on that ridge, we'll be able to see all over the valley.
Oh, I love the spring. And I love my love.
Then give me a hand, you brazen woman. And we'll walk through the fields together.
Always together, Nat. Always.
Well, I guess it's time we went down. The light's starting to fade.
I hate to leave.
I know. We'll come back another day.
Tomorrow?
We'll see. You're very lovely, Deborah. A queen in homespun.
My king in buckskin.
Oh, ain't that real pretty? Ain't they a pair, Zeb? Like a turtle dove, hey, Jesse?
Get behind me, Deborah. Get behind me. I'll handle this.
You don't mean no harm, friend.
Then just stand easy right where you are.
Is he ordering us, Jesse?
Sounds that way. I don't exactly take to ordering, friend.
Got a knife there, Jesse. Axe real unneighborly.
Get the gal, boy, while I let a little daylight into him. I won't take
Run, Deborah. Run.
Ah, you done killed him. I'll fix it.
Deborah, run. Run. Get help.
Run from me.
Sad news to the nightingale came.
Well, is he gonna live? Yeah, wouldn't be surprised none if all them women don't kill him with attention. He ain't no weakling.
Then I won't feel so bad whooping him out of town.
You ain't a forgiving man, Sam. Art mule, I'd say.
Yellow-livered skunk going behind my back like a weasel. When I think of what might have happened to Deborah if them two rattlesnakes had got her.
But they didn't, Sam, and that school teacher did as prime a job as you could have ever done yourself. Them two's been wanted for every crime 'twas ever known. Both had guns. All Nat had was a knife. He finishes one of them so messed up the other, he ain't much left to hang, and he did it with a bullet in him, too. If I was in your place, I'd be downright thankful.
Well, I ain't. None of it never would have happened if... do you know my own daughter won't obey me no more? Stays there nursing him night and day. Says she's going to marry him when the circuit rider comes through. Well, when I get done with him, he ain't going to stand marrying for a long time. If ever.
The mountains were silent, no nightingale song. The stranger, he waited, he didn't wait long.
Mr. Morgan, I understand you've been waiting till I got my strength back.
That's right.
Well, I've got it back. I'm marrying Deborah with or without your consent.
Folks around here seem to think I should be shaking your hand for what you did. No one ever figured you for one of the alligator breed. Them certified clothes and all that book learning.
Well, I'm not wearing them now, so you needn't be afraid of dirtying them.
Oh, I ain't. Never you fear. When you come here in the fall, I told you to stay away from my daughter. Didn't seem to take much effect on you, neither you.
Well, do you want to talk or fight?
Well, I just wanted to say, I've been thinking a bit. Feels like I've been severing different kinds of a jackass. And I don't rightly think it's fitting to have a go around with my future son-in-law. Of course, if you insist.
A wedding in springtime.
Just slip away if no one notices.
Well, the courts and four are waiting out back, Mrs. Adams. And the guys have even bricked.
Oh, Matt. Isn't it wonderful?
As one ringtail roar to another, Flooper Turtle.
Sam, I want to know this is Skippery than ever was. Man gotta marry his daughter properly.
I feel like singing a song.
Now you do, you link short, gilly-galoo. I'll pour this here keg and on your hand down you till you drown.
Right now, I can't think of a better way to die. Let you roll, take the head.
One morning in spring, the mountains did echo while the nightingale sings. Beware the young maiden while the nightingale sings.
Our star, Conrad Nagel, will return in just a moment with a word about next week's show.
Here's an opportunity for young women who are dietitians, physical therapists, or occupational therapists. It's a chance for advancement and to be of service to your country. Find out about the opportunities that can be yours by volunteering in the Women's Medical Specialist Corps. Write or wire the Surgeon General, United States Army, Washington 25, D.C. Do it today.
Another program on Proudly We Hail, presented transcribed in cooperation with this station by the United States Army and the United States Air Force Recruiting Service. Proudly We Hail stars Conrad Nagel. Supporting Mr. Nagel in the role of Deborah was Helen Christian. Featured on this show was folk singer John Drury. Folktale was written by DeWitt Kopp. This program was produced under the supervision of Charles and Rogers Productions and directed by Charles Wilkes. This is Kenneth Banghart speaking, and here again is your host and star, Conrad Nagel.
Next week on Proudly We Hail, we'll present our Christmas program, friends. And we sincerely hope that you'll join us over this same station. Until then, goodbye and a Merry Christmas.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective Sherlock Holmes. And say, I want to ask you if you've sent in for that little present we've got for you. You know, that swell recipe calendar. It's free, of course, and it's really something. It's a 2-year calendar for 1945 and 46, and it's beautifully done in full color. But the best part of it is that it's jammed with recipes and ideas for cooking with Petri wine. Send for your free recipe calendar tonight. Just send your name and address to Petri Wine, P-E-T-R-I, Petri Wine, San Francisco 26, California. San Francisco 26, California. The requests for this swell calendar have been coming in so fast that you better hurry up and get yours before we get snowed under. Write tonight, and we'll send you your free recipe calendar at once. And now for our weekly visit with the good Dr. Watson. Let's see if he's waiting for us.
Good evening, Mr. Phone.
Oh, good evening, Doctor. Playing the phonograph, I see.
Yes, my boy. And that particular melody has some very potent memories for me. Here, I'll turn the thing on. You haven't come here to listen to a Mozart sonata. You want a story, don't you, young fellow, lad?
That's right, Doctor.
Well, let's sit down.
All right.
That's better. Now I'll tell you what.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
It began in Vienna in 1889, many, many years before the insane house painter named Schicklgruber had converted that gay city into a place of fear and oppression.
And what were you and Sherlock Holmes doing there, Doctor? Just taking a trip?
Mr. Foreman, in those early days of our association, we didn't have the time or the money for just taking trips. No. We were in Vienna because Holmes had been engaged in certain highly important investigations. We were staying in a charming little pension inhabited by students and musicians. And on the night the story began, we'd finished dinner and had returned to our room. I was busy making some notes on the investigation we'd just concluded. And Holmes was scraping away at his beloved violin.
Found it. What's wrong? Why can't I get it?
Oh, it sounds very pretty to me.
Pretty, really, old chap. An amateur. A heavy-fingered one at that. Listen to this. Oh, sounds like a fiddler at an Irish wake.
Oh, take it easy, Holmes. Take it easy. There's no need to fling the violin down like that.
What's an old chap? Why, with all your other excellent qualities, are you not a pianist?
What's a piano got to do with it?
In this case, everything. There's a piano in this room, and if you could play it, the Mozart sonata I'm struggling with might have some meaning. Come in. Oh, good evening, Fräulein. Wish to see me?
You are Herr Sherlock Holmes.
That is my name.
Then I wish to see you. I'm Leo Uhlenstein. I live here in this pension.
How do you do? This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Herr Doctor?
Oh, glad to meet you, my dear Leo.
Fräulein Uhlenstein, may I pay my tribute to the brilliance of your piano playing? You have the exact precision of phrasing that Mozart demands.
How do you know of me?
Both Dr. Watson and I were present at the command performance you gave at the Imperial Court a fortnight ago.
Hey, curious, I knew I'd seen you somewhere before. My friend was just expressing the need of a pianist as you walked in, young lady. Perhaps
I'm sorry. I do not play with amateurs.
Amateurs? Well, really?
I do not mean to be rude. It's just that my life is dedicated to my professional career.
I quite understand, Fräulein. And now please tell me, what can I do to help you? I must presume you've come to see me in my professional capacity.
Jawohl. That is correct, Herr Holmes. Though I realize to a great detective like you, my problem must seem quite trivial. I'm being blackmailed by a man in this pension. He is Sándor Árpádi, a Hungarian painter who lives in the studio upstairs.
Sándor Árpádi? Yes, I think I've heard of him.
Since 2 months now, ever since he know my secret, he's come to me for money, and today he told me he must have 250 gulden. or he will go to the police. I have not that much money. Herr Holmes, please to tell me what I shall do.
Just what hold does he have over you?
My brother, Karl, he got into some trouble here, and the police were looking for him, but he ran away to München, as you say, Munich, and Sander our party knew of this. He was a friend of mine, so I thought. When this trouble came on my brother, I turned to Schandorf for help. He smuggled Karl out of the country, and he turned on me for blackmail. He's a bad man. I wish he was dead.
Most blackmailers are cowards at heart. I think Dr. Watson and I will call on the gentleman. By the way, does he have any written evidence of your brother's crime?
Yeah, he has his address in Munich. I show Shandor a letter from him when he first go there, and he keep the letter, will not give it back to me.
And if he gave the police your brother's address, they'd arrest him, eh?
They would, of course.
Yes, of course.
Herr Holmes, will you please to tell me what I should do? I cannot go on this way. My music
Now,
is...
Fräulein, calm yourself. I shall be most happy to help you, and if you will lead the way, we'll see how persuasive we can be with Shandor Apadi.
That is the studio, Herr Holmes, at the end of the corridor.
I see. Now, remember, young lady, you'd better let me do most of the talking.
He must be out.
That is possible.
Ah, locked. I think, bearing in mind our party's profession, we'll take the liberty of opening his door.
That doesn't look a very complicated lock to me.
Oh, I think this skeleton key will do the trick.
It's very dangerous, Herr Holmes, if Shandor finds you doing...
No. Don't you worry about that, Fräulein. We're perfectly capable of taking care of ourselves.
There we are. Close the door behind you, will you, Watson?
Can't see a thing. I'll strike a match.
Oh, Gott im Himmel.
Quick, Carter, look at him. Slumped over his desk.
Light the gas, will you, Watson?
Right you are, Holmes. There.
Judging from his appearance, Fräulein Ullenstein, I think Sandor Apadi had other enemies besides yourself. Less scrupulous enemies.
He's been strangled. Look at the finger marks on his throat.
Is he...
Yes. His body is still warm, though. I'm afraid he's dead.
I am glad. He was a bad man. Deserved to die.
Watson, do you notice that the fingers of the killer have broken the skin and drawn blood?
Oh, yes, so they have.
Should we not communicate with the police?
Before we do that, Fräulein, we must see if we can find your brother's letter. Help me move the body, will you, Watson? Lying across an open dispatch box that might contain the document in question.
Right, John.
Come on, Buffalo. That's it. For a painter, the late Mr. Apadi was an unusually methodical man. Everything filed here in alphabetical order. Here we are. You, Fräulein Lea Ullenstein. And the letter has the Munich postmark. I think this must be the document in question. Will you examine it, please, Fräulein?
Yeah, this is the letter. Herr Holmes, how can I thank you?
There's very little to thank me for. If the blackmailer were still alive, I fear it wouldn't have been so simple a matter. I wonder what other treasures this box contains. Hello.
What is it, Holmes?
Interesting. Extremely interesting. Look at this, old fellow.
Lord. Information on the case that we've just been working on.
Exactly, and from the names attached to the document, I think we may assume that the dead man did not confine his blackmailing to struggling young pianists. He was after big game, too.
Yes, we'd better be careful, Holmes. I don't think that we should go for the police just yet.
No. We'll start by having a little talk with the other residents of this pension. Fräulein, who lives in the room adjoining this one?
I too, Herr Holmes.
And the room across the landing?
Lai Tong-fo, the great Chinese actor. He's performing here in Vienna.
I see. Then I think we'll start by calling on him. Return to your room, Fräulein, and we will let you know later what we've found. In the meantime, say nothing to anyone of what has happened.
I will do everything you tell me, Herr Holmes. And please, once again, please let me thank you for what you've done for me.
You know, Holmes, I'm not sure that girl didn't strangle Apadi herself. The pianist would have unusual strength in her fingers. And we know that she had the motive. And look how naturally calm she was when she realized the man was dead.
I disagree with you, old fellow.
Huh?
I think what you refer to as unnatural calmness is really the cold detachment of the true artist.
Well, I have a feeling we should keep an eye on her, just the same.
We will, Watson, we will. And now I suggest we pay a visit across the landing to the distinguished Chinese actor, Mr. Ling Tu Fo.
Yes, please. You wish to see me?
If you could spare us a moment, sir.
But of course, gentlemen. Please to come in.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir? How do you do?
I am greatly flattered to meet you. You are not here to see me in your professional capacity, I hope, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, no, not exactly. I just wanted to ask you a few questions.
Please, to ask me anything.
Do you know Shandora Paddy, the painter who lives across the hall?
I know him by sight. We nod to each other on the stairs. Nothing more.
I see. Have you been in your room most of the evening, may I ask?
But yes, I have been sitting here quietly for the past few hours, reading over the Analects of Confucius.
May I ask, sir, whether you heard any unusual noises this evening? Sounds of a struggle? Or a cry from the direction of Sandor Paldi's room, for instance?
I do not think so. Wait, yes. I think I did hear laced voices in there, and the sound of a cry.
About how long ago was this?
Oh, an hour ago, perhaps more. Is anything wrong? Has trouble come to Shandor?
Sandor? I thought you said you had only a nodding acquaintance with the gentleman.
Well, he is a well-known artist. It is only natural I should call him by his false name, Mr. Holmes, even though I do not know him. Has something happened to him?
I'm afraid so, but I can't tell you any more about it at the moment. Thank you for your cooperation. We shall see you again, no doubt. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. That fellow wasn't telling us the truth, you know, Holmes. He seemed very shifty to me. Oh, where are we going now?
Downstairs to the porter's desk. There's only one entrance to this house, you'll remember. The porter may be able to tell us of any unusual comings and goings in the last hour or two. Come on, old chap, don't dawdle. There's a great deal of work ahead of us.
Herr Holmes, what can I do for you?
How long have you been on duty tonight?
Since 5 o'clock.
Did you notice what people have come in or gone out since then?
No one has gone out.
Ah, splendid. And who came in?
Fräulein Ullenstein came in just after 6, and Uppity, the painter, came in a few minutes later. That is all.
Ah. Who lives in the other ground floor apartments besides Dr. Watson and myself?
There are only 2 other apartments. In the one to the right of the corridor lives Madame Janssen. She's a Swedish lady, a sculptor.
And in the other?
Signora Violetti, the Italian opera singer.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm much obliged to you.
I'm happy to be of service, Herr Holmes.
Where are we off to now? Back to our rooms?
Oh, we'll call on Madame Violetti if she's at home.
It sounds as if she's very much at home.
Sherlock Holmes, that is a friend have come to see me. Bravo! Bravissimo! I have so much wish to make your acquaintance. Sit down.
I'm afraid we can only stay for a moment, madam. My friend wanted to ask you a few questions.
Yes, Signora. I just wanted to know...
I know your questions. Oh. You play the violin. I have heard you.
Yes.
You want to know whether the great Valeria will allow you to accompany her in the magnificent soprano aria Allo so from Mozart's Il Flauto Magico. Your latest answer to your question is si.
Yes, madam. Forgive me, Signora, but if you don't mind... but that was not one of my questions.
It was not. But I will sing it with you just the same.
You flatter me, but at the moment there are other things on my mind. Signora Violetti, do you know Shandora Paddy?
By his side. That is all. He makes eyes at me, but I don't pay attention. I do not like on gallants.
You haven't seen him this evening?
No. I've been alone, reviewing the score at La Traviata. Sempre libera di Dio, pareggiare di gioia, I am to sing it next week here in Vienna. I hope you'll both be present. It would be a great treat for you.
I'm sure it would be, Signora. Now, if you'll excuse us.
Oh, it is sad you must go so soon. But come Come and see me again, and I will sing for you both before you leave Vienna.
Great Scott, what a ghastly woman. She's not your murderess, I'm sure. And now I suppose we'll have to question this sculptress woman. And then we'll talk to everyone in the house.
No, I think before we visit her, we'll examine the dead man's room a little more closely. That black tin dispatch box may hold the key to this mystery.
Idiot. Numbskull. Why didn't I go through these papers thoroughly at first?
Yes, they certainly tell an interesting story. A party had obviously been blackmailing Madame Janssen, the sculptor.
Yes, and also our friend, the Chinese actor, Lai Tung-fo.
Then Lai Tung-fo was lying when he said that he didn't know a party.
Obviously.
By George, 3 of the 4 people living in this house in his power.
Hello.
What's the matter? What have you found?
Footprints in the cigar ash on the carpet. Prints of a small foot, leading us to this closet.
Somebody must have been hiding in there.
Yes, possibly. Uh-huh. Take a look at these, Watson.
Strands of hair. Long black hair. Where were they?
On a hook in the cupboard. Someone bracing themselves back so as to be out of sight could easily leave such evidence.
I've got it, Holmes. I've got it. The long black hair, the long nails that caused the peculiar marks on a party's throat, and the small footprints. It was a woman.
Possibly, but which one? Fräulein Ullenstein and Signora Violetti both have blonde hair, remember?
And it must be that sculptress woman.
Not necessarily. Who else, not a woman, might have small feet, long nails, and long black hair?
By Jove, the Chinese accent.
Precisely. Come on.
I hope he's still there.
Come on, let's go in.
Holmes, look at him. He's praying. His head's in his hands.
Oh, my dear fellow, I'm afraid prayers can do him no good now. He's been strangled. Strangled with his own cue.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a second. So I'm going to take that second for a fast question. I know you've probably tasted port wine, but have you ever tasted Petri California port? Have you? Because if you haven't tried Petri port, well, you can just tell yourself right now you don't know how good a port can be. Petri port is rich, red, and hearty. But what you want to know is, how does it taste? The answer to that is short and sweet. The taste is terrific. And say, Petri California Muscatel is on the terrific side, too. Petri Muscatel has the flavor and fragrance of real, juicy Muscat grapes. Both wines are perfect after dinner or any time you're sitting around talking with your friends. Try them. They're great. They've got to be, because they're Petri. And now, back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. The famous pair are staying in Vienna, where they've become involved in the mysterious strangling of a notorious blackmailer. As we rejoin our story, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are cross-questioning another of the suspects, a Swedish sculptress by the name of Madame Janssen.
What do you want with me? Why have you come in here?
Well, we just wanted to ask you a few questions, madam.
To admire your figurines, may I ask if you always work in clay?
Yeah, but what's that to you? Do you wish to buy some of my sculptures?
No, but I assure you the question was pertinent.
Tell me who you are and stop wasting my time.
My friend is a private detective, madam.
A detective? Who sent you here?
No one sent me here. I'm conducting an investigation of the murder of Sandor Paddy.
Sandor dead?
Mm-hmm.
Good. I'm glad.
Yes, madam, but we happen to know that you had a motive for killing him. He'd been blackmailing you.
Get out of here. What right have you to come here and question me?
No. Look here, madam. If you know what's good for you, you will answer our
question. And if you know what's good for you, you'll get out of here, both of you.
Come along, Watson.
But, Holmes, you can't possibly...
Forgive me, madam, for our intrusion. We've meant no rudeness.
You have been rude. Intolerably rude. Go away.
Whatever made you back down like that, Holmes? Obviously, she's the killer.
Rubbish.
But her hair was jet black.
Yes, but it was short hair. And didn't you notice the size of her feet? Anyway, she works in clay. If it had been marble, I might have suspected her.
Upon my soul, Holmes, I wish you'd tell me what you're driving at.
The answer to these killings now, Watson. But I'll have to prove it. I'm afraid I must work without you, old chap. Do you mind waiting for me in our room? No. Wait a minute. That may be dangerous. Wait for me in Signora Violetti's room, if you don't mind. I'll join you there as soon as my work is done. Pretend that you have returned because you were so enchanted with her voice.
Oh, great Scott, Holmes. You can't ask me to be alone with that dreadful woman.
Please do as I say, Watson, and don't question me. There isn't a moment to be lost.
That aria, my dear doctor.
No, madam, I'm afraid I don't.
You've not heard about great Giuseppe Verdi?
Well, yes, I heard him, of course, but I can't identify his work.
That was from a Rigoletto, you silly man.
Rigoletto?
Come, tell me your favorite composer. I will sing something of his just for you. I will turn the gas light down.
No.
That will be so much more romantic. Now, who is your favorite composer?
Oh, I don't know if I have any favorite. What's his name? Wagner's very fine, you know.
Wagner is a hobby like most German composers. But the Violatti can master him.
Oh, Lord, here she goes again.
Come in. I cannot see who it is. Come into the light.
It is I. Great heavens, a Chinese actor.
I am sorry to make commotion, but as we say in my country, those who return from trade seek with double knowledge.
Oh, you devil! You devil! I kill you once! I kill you once! I kill you again!
Thank you for the confession, Senora Violetti. You can testify to it, Watson.
Holmes!
No, you don't, Senora. Your nails are too sharp for my liking.
I'll kill you to both of you! I'll kill you!
Catch her!
She's fainted, Holmes.
Fainted, eh? What an undramatic exit for a most dramatic lady.
Well, Holmes, now that you've turned Signora Violetti over to the police, perhaps you tell me what made you certain that she was the murderess.
It was obvious from the beginning that Apari was strangled by someone with long fingernails. When Lai Tung Fo was killed, it ruled him out. Then who was the woman with a motive and long nails?
Best of all, no.
Elementary, my dear fellow. Was the woman Fräulein Ullenstein? No. Being a concert pianist, her nails were naturally short. The sculptress who worked in clay? Again, no. That would make it impossible for her to mold her delicate figurines. Therefore, Signora Violetti, by the process of elimination, was the only woman with long nails.
Why did she strangle the Chinese actor, too?
Undoubtedly, he witnessed the first killing. The long black hairs in the closet were from his cue. I presume that later he threatened Signora Violetti, and so he himself was strangled.
I still don't understand why she strangled Apardi in the first place.
Don't you, Watson? Well, I think you'll find that he's been blackmailing her, too. Remember, he had documents incriminating everyone in the house except her. I think we may assume she killed him and then removed her own papers from the dispatch box. But I'd no proof, and so, well, I had to frighten her into confession.
So that's why you disguised yourself as Lai Tung Fu.
Yes, I borrowed the robes from his room. It was lucky that the lights were low as I entered. Yes. And it's also fortunate that to the average European, all Chinese look alike. Come in. Ah, Fräulein Ullenstein. We'll be coming in to see you in a few minutes.
I have been waiting so anxiously. Is everything all right?
Well, from your point of view, my dear young lady, yes.
There's nothing more for you to worry about.
Oh, I would like to repay you, Herr Holmes.
I've done very little for you, but if you really feel that you owe me something...
Yeah?
Well, perhaps just this once you wouldn't mind accompanying an amateur?
It would be a pleasure. What did you wish me to play?
A Mozart sonata.
But of course. The rondo from the E flat.
That's splendid. Please, Fräulein.
You like Mozart, Herr Doctor?
Oh, very much, young lady, very much. In fact, I might say he is my favorite composer. Charming. Perfectly charming. I only wish that all our adventures could end so melodiously.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher, and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, A Case of Identity. Mr. Rathbone appears to the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce to the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. This is Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petrie family. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
As Richard Diamond, private detective.
Diamond Detective Agency, a corpse to fit every pocketbook.
Rick?
Oh, hello, Helen, baby. Let me sit down. Oh.
Rick, what's the matter? You sounded like your arches just broke.
You got the right idea, baby. Oh, but your geography is cockeyed.
Are you really hurt, Rick?
Oh, believe it or not, I was trampled by a herd of horses.
Oh, Rick, you idiot. Now tell me what did happen.
Okay, one horse. He ruined me for life.
You went horseback riding? Oh, I don't believe it.
Yeah, want to see my bull eggs?
You actually did. Uh-oh. Took a girl to get you to ride a horse. But it was some slinky blonde.
No, baby, it was a Palomino. And look, let's get off horses. I've had enough to last me. What's with the early call?
Early? Rick, did you just get in? It's after 11.
I was dreaming of you, baby. You wouldn't have wanted me to stop just to get into the office?
It's probably a whole harem.
Helen, you got to stop that peeking.
You read the morning papers?
They come out in the morning?
Now, you stopped that. Did you read them?
Well, didn't have a bet down. Why? You on the society page again?
Oh, much more exciting than that. The police commissioner's house was robbed of $50,000 worth of diamonds last night, and his gardener was murdered.
What?
I thought that would fetch you. Gotta get a paper. The commissioner's statement's written in blood.
Yeah. And if things don't wind up fast, tomorrow's statement will be in Walt Levinson's blood. It'll be his case.
Now, you stay out of it, Rick. This thief cuts throats.
Oh, yeah, I'm scared.
Are you, Rick? Well, come over tonight and I'll frighten you at close range. Say 8.
I'll practice my knee knocking so I'll be in good form.
And stay in. No nightclubs.
At the sound of the castanets, Francis can open the door. It'll be me and my knees. See you tonight, baby. Bye.
Is this the Diamond Detective Agency?
Just like it says on the door. Come in and close it gently. My Japanese beetle's still asleep.
Asleep?
He's got a better union. Sit down, Mr.
Burton, Phineas Burton.
What can I do for you, Mr. Burton?
Well, I want to hire you if it's agreeable.
Well, for $100 a day in expenses, I'm pretty agreeable.
Well, that's fine. I have a package I want you to deliver to a party in Philadelphia.
You can get a messenger for $5, or if you're hard up, a carrier pigeon for a handful of popcorn. Why a detective?
Well, I'm perfectly capable of judging for myself what I need, Mr. Diamond. Now, here's $300. There will be $200 more for you after you make safe delivery of the package.
Why?
Well, why?
3-letter word meaning why you want to pay me for 5 days when the trip to Philly and back can be done in a few hours.
Well, Mr. Diamond, I simply want you to drop everything else and take this job immediately. And that is my reason for the added payment.
Oh, all right. I'll take your money. Just as soon as you tell me what's in the package, who it goes to, and why it's so important that I take it personally.
I can't tell you that.
Okay, it's your problem. Now, where did I leave my soap chips?
Do you have to know?
Of course. How can I do any washing without soap?
I mean about this package.
Oh, no. I can recommend another agency who will do it for $25 and no questions.
Oh, very well. Mr. Elliott will meet you at the Philadelphia Station Information Desk at 2 o'clock today. I will wire him your description, and he will make the contact. As for the package, it contains some very valuable papers, which Mr. Elliott is afraid his wife will try to intercept.
I see.
He commissioned me to find the best man I could to bring the package to him.
Oh.
You must have read my ad. You'll have to leave immediately. Mr. Elliott is very anxious to get the package. Now, you call me at the Astor when you return, and I'll send over the rest of the money. Good day.
It may be at that.
What?
Forget it. Burton left the package on my desk with the money. He was a thin guy, had a funny pot that made him look as if he'd swallowed a basketball. He pushed it out the door and waddled after it. When a guy insists on throwing money in my lap, I get suspicious. And when I remembered the robbery of the night before, I got that lousy feeling again. Now, paragraph 4, section B, rule A of the Detective's Code of Ethics says, quote, upon receiving money to deliver package, detective must never open same. It is unethical. Yeah, who's ethical? Well, surprise. No wonder basketball had been nervous. At the bottom of the box were 5 pretty little diamonds. About 10 grand worth of a guess. Of course, it may have been that Burton thought diamonds should belong to Diamond, but my bet was on a frame-up. A frame that cost the real heisters 10 grand out of 50. It was aimed to get him a nice picture to fit the frame. Me. Yeah?
Is this Mr. Diamond?
Oh, hello, Burton. Something on your mind?
Oh, I happened to be in the store across the street, and I noticed you hadn't left yet. You will leave right away, won't you?
Just as soon as I arrange things, Phineas.
Remember, it takes an hour and a half to get to Philadelphia. I don't want you to be late.
I'll bet you don't.
It was just to make sure that you understand.
Oh, yes. I understand. You can dribble your basketball home now.
I beg your pardon?
Skip it. Bye. Burton's call ended nearly all doubts. I was being framed all right, and the trap required my leaving for Penn Station right away. I dropped the diamonds into what was left of a quart of milk I had for lunch the day before, put the bottle on the floor by the wastebasket. Then I took the package, rewrapped it, and went out to hail a cab. I made one stop at a toy shop, then headed for Penn Station. As I entered, I saw a pair of familiar figures.
Rick. Okay, what's the gag? I got the tip, but even you wouldn't joke about this case.
Now, Walt, I might joke about mass murder, but never about the commissioner being robbed. Is he making speeches yet?
Yeah, that's okay, Shamus. This is one time when you're one diamond too many.
Why, Otis, you're becoming a whip.
Why not?
You're halfway there.
Oh, Lieutenant, he's picking on me again.
You deserve it, Otis. Now, shut up. Rick, I know the tip was phony, but the commissioner was there when it came in. I had to act on it.
Tip? Well, don't be smug. I've got one, too. 5th at Hialeah.
Now, don't start that. It was a tip that you were taking the commissioner's diamonds out of town.
Oh, now, Walt.
And don't now Walt me. I said I knew the tip was phony, but with the commissioner taking scouts all down the line, I didn't want...
No. Don't apologize, Walt. I know. Come on, Sergeant. Show me a good frisk, and I'll recommend you to all my criminal friends.
Yeah, he's clean, Lieutenant.
Now, Rick, let's see that package, and then you can go.
This? Oh, no, I can't. It's secret.
Don't play games, Rick, please.
Oh, all right, but it's going to spoil my surprise.
Well, okay. Give me your word it's got nothing to do with this case, and I won't bother to open it.
No, I'm hurt. I absolutely insist that you open the package right now.
But, Rick, you know I trust
Lieutenant Levinson, do your duty. My purity must not be suspicioned.
Oh, anything to get this over with.
You were,
What? It's only a pair of dolls.
You were expecting maybe my gallstones?
Oh, dolls. The Shamus plays with dolls.
Better read the tag, Otis, before your ears get any longer. They draft you for a mule team.
Tag? Sure. But what is it? To my beloved Otis from his Ricky. Oh.
Rick. Now, don't be a grouch, Walt. The other one's for you.
For me? Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Walt. I couldn't resist it. Anyhow, you spoiled my surprise to Otis. It was our anniversary.
What? Our anniversary? We ain't even related.
Oh, you don't remember. Oh, Otis.
Lieutenant, can I go back to traffic? I can't stand much more.
Oh, shut up, Otis. Rick, if we weren't such good friends, I'd...
Hey, now you're upset.
Upset? Why should I be upset? Just because two hoods lit 50 grand in ice from the commissioner? Or because it's dumped in my lap with the murder of the gardener? Or that I'm given 24 hours to break the case and then get a tip that leads me to a friend who decides to play games and wreck my Sergeant beyond repair? Now, why should I be upset?
Otis, here you are, Lieutenant. But take it easy. That's a second bottle of bicarb today.
Walt, you read an apology and I make it. I'll do better than that. I'll help you if you'll let me.
Well, I can sure use your help, Rick. I haven't got a single lead. You want to look at the corpse first?
May as well. Has he got a record?
No. And the commissioner swears he was honest. Probably stumbled onto the thieves, and they had to put him away.
How about the rest of the servants?
They were all out. The commissioner and his wife were at a party. They'd given the entire staff the night off, but I guess perhaps the gardener returned a little early.
Yeah, well, let's go down and take a look at him. I've got a personal interest that makes me want to crack this case.
Client?
Call him an ex-client. I'll explain him later. Come on.
Here he is, Rick.
Nasty cut. How was it made?
Well, it could have been a sharp knife, but it's a safer bet that it was a razor.
Remind me not to go to his barber. What safecracker's got enough nerve to pull his job, Walt?
Well, I got 3 guys that could fit the job, but not one of them has ever been known to carry a weapon of any sort, much less a razor.
Correction. One did. That gardener's playing a lousy joke on us.
I suppose this could have been the first time one of them carried a razor.
I don't buy that, neither do you. Give me the names. I want to talk to them. Maybe I can get a lead of some sort.
Sure. Here they are. And please, Rick, call me if you get anything.
If I can find the nickel. Bye. As far as I could see, I had 3 things to match up. 1, the careless barber. 2, the safecracker with nerve enough to rob the police commissioner. And 3, the reason why I was picked as the pigeon. I gave up the idea of hunting for Burton, the guy who came into my office. He was probably a flunky and not worth running down. So I checked the names I got from Walt, grabbed a cab, and headed for the Bronx. The first turned out to be an ex-con trying to go straight by working in a Bronx hash house. The second was likely, but he'd kissed his wife with a beer bottle and spent last night in jail. At the third address, down in Greenwich Village, I met a landlady with gin-loaded tonsils and a cute mustache. She tipped me that my third prospect, Vincent Mayer, might be playing pinochle at Pietro's, which turned out to be a cafe with a 30-foot bar, 3 tables, and a back room. Hey, barkeep.
Yeah. What'd it be, Fred?
Milk. No chaser.
Milk? Who makes it? Oh, you mean like from cows? Never carried this up.
Where can I find Vincent Mayer?
Why don't you ask me, handsome?
Wow. Hello, baby.
Now, do I look like a baby?
No.
My name's Jean. What do they call you?
Take your pick. Call me Rick.
Hey, you talk funny. But you're awful nice. Too nice to be hunting for Vince Mayer. He's a bad boy, Rick.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to be a hero. Where is he?
In the back room. There. The guy with the light hair. But be careful.
Thanks, baby. I'll buy you a palace.
80 mil, Joe, 20 clubs, 20 spades, and 40 pinochle.
What? No diamonds?
Hey. Well, look who's here. What do you want, Shamus?
Vince the Iceman, isn't it? Well, now, let's see. Sing Sing, class of 38. Where's your school tie, Vince?
The name is Mr. Mayer to you, Diamond, and privates are not welcome here. It's a closed game.
Yeah. Move on.
Give me a reason.
You want to play dead?
Oh, come on, Vince. You're not going to get upset just because I think you robbed the commissioner? You did, didn't you?
I told my story to the cops.
I'll bet. But you didn't answer my question. And here's another. Who's your barber?
You're asking for it, Diamond.
I was brought up right. Now, let's get off this cat and mouse kick. I want some answers, Vince.
Do you?
That's right, Junior. I do.
All right. Call him, Joe.
Hey, what?
All right, Joe. Stop it. That's enough, Joe. All right, now drag him out in the alley.
Vince, can I,
Yeah, okay. Maybe it'll teach him not to get so nosy. But keep that razor in your pocket.
I will, honest. This is gonna be real fun. Come on, Shamus. Here's where I do some road work on your liver. Here, Mr. Diamond. I only wish my brother could see you.
When I came to, I was curled up around a round metal object I couldn't see, and I felt as if I was smothered in a mountain of cotton, and getting out of it was like trying to shovel sand with a pitchfork. I finally managed to move and wished I hadn't, for a company of Bengal Lancers began target practice on my side. So I quit trying and lay still for a long moment. Then a voice came fizzing through the cotton at me.
Hey, mister, are you alive?
Not if I'm not. You're an angel, and this is a harp.
Well, I'm sure no angel. And that's the garbage can. So I guess you're not dead.
Matter for debate, Jeannie. Oh, help me up, will you?
Sure. Here. Can you stand?
Practically anything after this. Ooh.
Hey, you hurt pretty bad. Come on, lean on me. My place isn't far. I'll take you there so you can lie down.
Best offer I've had today. Lead on, Angel.
There. Now how do you feel?
I never use language like that in front of a lady.
Oh, I'm no lady. I'm a waitress at Pietro's. I heard the noise in the back room. When you didn't come out, I took a look.
Ooh.
Gee, does your head hurt, baby?
Like all my relatives who are inside digging for gold. With luck, I can open my eyes and they won't fall out.
You know, you might have had a lot of fun together if you weren't all banged up like this.
I'll take that remark up with you later, honey. I'm not usually the kind of guy who runs out on pretty girls, but I only wanted to get my hands on the gun if who tried to kick my brains out. So I took Jean's number, filed it under, for later investigation, and stumbled out into the street. My head was clearing, but it was as slow about it as a dummy doing a striptease. Maybe that's why I didn't notice when I came out of the house that I had two guys for company.
Hello, Diamond.
Huh?
When Pietro told me Jane had run out, I thought I might find you here. She always goes for guys like you.
Well, she has taste. I'm glad you came around. I have a few things I want to discuss with you and Joe here.
Hold it, Chalmers. I'll show you how easy it is to get rid of your troubles.
No, that's a pretty little gun. Aren't you stepping out of character, Vince? You're supposed to be a smart one.
You're getting on my nerves.
Yeah? Well, put the gun away and I'll quiet you down a little.
You want me to mess him up again, Vince?
And what's with you? Come to do your job over again?
I may at that.
Yeah? Well, you got 32 teeth, Sonny. Want to try for none?
Why, you...
I got some questions I'd still like to have answered. Why was I picked as pigeon? Why me?
You're getting a little too smart, Diamond. Now, listen. I know you got wise to Burton, so it figures that you still got the package. Now, I got no reasons to give you $10,000 worth of diamonds. I want them back.
Oh, dandy. I've got big news for you, Buster. You're not going to get them.
Don't make any mistakes, Diamond. I'll use this gun if I have to.
Go eat a tombstone,
Joe.
Yeah. How's your stomach ache?
Oh. Wait a minute, Joe. Now, Diamond, look, you can have a choice. You bring the rocks to me at Pietro's in an hour and we'll forget the whole thing. Or don't. And I'll send Joe with a few friends to call on you. And for the last time.
For a few sick minutes, I leaned against the wall, wondering if I wanted to live. One thing I was certain of was that Vince Mayer was never going to get those diamonds back. Or was he? An idea began to percolate in my head to the tune of an old rhyme about a goose and a gander. And I got inspired enough to sit up and forget my aching ribs. When it simmered into a full-scale boil, I grabbed the cab, went back to my office, and got the diamonds out of the milk bottle where I'd hidden them. Then I headed for the village fast. I was soon banging on the door there like a drummer playing Bob.
Well, if it ain't my cripple.
I got the bruises to prove it.
Come on in. Are you really recovered?
What? Oh, no, not that much, Angel.
Then?
I need some answers. What do you know about Vince and Joe?
Not too much. Enough to dislike him plenty. That Vince got me canned for leaving Pietro's to take care of you. That's why I'm back home. I know he's a smoothie, and I think he's a big-time jewel thief.
Now, that much I know. How about Joe, the dog-faced boy?
Him, he's just a punk. I think his real name is Fanchi or Franchetti or some such thing.
Franchetti?
Yeah. I don't know why, but they call him Joe the Barber.
Oh, Joe the Barber.
Yeah. Isn't that silly?
If he cuts hair, it isn't. But I'll lay 8 to 1. This guy works on throats. Thanks, Angel. You've tied up my 3 points.
What are you talking about?
Your friend Vince Mayer lifted $50,000 ice from the police commissioner last night, and his accomplice, Joe, gave the gardener a shave.
You mean murder?
On the button. The gardener's throat was sliced from life to death. And now, baby, look. How would you like to earn $100?
Sure. Is it legal?
Well, no.
I'll take it.
Now, where is he? Will you
tell me, where's Rick?
I know where I'd like him to be.
I'm worried, Otis. Seriously. Rick is in this thing up to his ears.
You mean he was in on that job?
Don't be stupid, Otis. Of course not. Rick's no crook. But he's mixed up in this case somewhere, and I'm worried. He should have called me by now.
Gee, hope he hasn't tangled with that razor guy.
I thought you hated Rick.
Oh, you know I was just talking.
I know. What a mess. Rick in danger, and I can't find him. The commissioner spouting lava all over the city hall. Why the devil did it have to be the commissioner's house?
You know, it's kind of funny at that. The commissioner himself.
You knucklehead. For 2 cents, I'd... Maybe that's him. Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Walt, Rick.
Rick, I was... Where the devil you been?
Taking care of some arrangements.
Arrangements?
Never mind, just listen. I was picked as a pigeon, and some of those diamonds were planted on me this morning.
What?
I've traced your hoods. They're Vince Mayer and Joe the barber Franchetti. Now, you come to Pietro's in half an hour, you'll catch him with part of the diamonds on him.
Rick, what is this?
Well, Vince had it figured as a double-barrel gag, Walt. First on the cops by raiding the commissioner's house. Second by dumping a few of the rocks in my lap and tipping the police so I'd take the rap.
Why you, Rick?
Well, Joe's name, Franchetti. You remember I sent his brother Tony to Sing Sing a few years back.
Oh.
I knew he had a brother, but until now, Joe stayed out of Manhattan.
I get it. Okay, what's the play?
Oh, I'm going to take the package back to Vince. Give it to him in Pietro's. The girlfriend will be raising so much fuss, no one will notice me. Then as Vince and Joe leave, you nail him with the diamonds. And no alibi for having him.
Right. You said half an hour?
In front of Pietro's.
Take a peek, Angel. Through the window. There's my party at the back table. Now, you know what to do.
Yeah. I keep yelling till you get back to me. Right?
There's rain. I'll make it a good one.
I got good lungs.
Let's go in. Okay, over to the bar.
Lock her in.
There he is now, Joe. I told you he'd show up. Hello, Diamond. You got something for me?
That's right, Vince.
Okay, let's have it. Hey, what's going on over there?
That's stupid, Dave. Here, do you want the package or not?
Oh, yeah, give it to me. Come on, Joe. Let's scram out of here before that dame brings the cops.
Yeah. That's an easy way of getting back to 10 grand, ain't it, Vince?
Shut up. Come on. Take it easy now.
Okay.
We're okay now. Let's split up.
Hold it, Vince.
What?
Let's have a look at the package.
The cops!
Levinson, what are you doing
The
here?
package, Vince.
Hey, what are we going to do?
Shut up. You, got a warrant, of course?
Of course. Otis, take the package.
Yeah, Lieutenant. You can't arrest me. I don't even know what's in that package. It was given to me by a friend.
Now, don't use the term so loosely, Vince. Why, Walt, what are you doing here?
Hello, Rick. I've captured a criminal.
No.
Yes, and he was carrying a package of his loot.
Why, I bet it's part of that diamond robbery.
What is all this? Diamond, you just planted that package on me.
Me? Why, stranger, you're telling a fib. You just know that's downright immoral to something.
This is ridiculous. Lieutenant, he gave me those diamonds in Pietro's not 5 minutes ago. I didn't lift them from the commissioner.
Didn't you, Vince? Why, then I must have made a mistake. You can prove your story, of course.
Sure I can. Bartender saw Diamond slip me the package.
Oh, now, Vince, you think that bartender was going to be watching you when a lovely girl is practically tearing up the joint?
Boss, the dame yelling. She was a plant.
Yeah, but this is a frame-up. Diamond, you can't get away with this.
Please, don't talk to me. I never associate with common criminals.
A frame. You dirty double-crossing copper.
Look out, Rick. He's got a razor.
Oh, my arm.
Now, don't cry, Joe. This is for you.
Oh.
Wow. What a punch you got, Shamus.
Well, that does it. Come on, Vince. Otis, load that killer into the car and pick up that razor.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Want a lift, Rick?
Yeah, no thanks, Walt. I'm going to go home freshen up.
Yeah, you look like you could use it.
I left Walt and headed for my apartment, where I grabbed a stomach full of vitamins and planted myself under the hot shower. It felt so good I fell asleep. And if Walt hadn't phoned, I'd have probably become the only man in history to drown in the shower. Walt shocked me wide awake with the news that he was holding a $1,000 reward for me. I gave him my nicest thank you and made a mental note to drop by and give half of it to Jean to make up for her losing her job. Around about 8 o'clock, after I'd taken care of dividing the reward, I steered for 975 Park Avenue, made it with no trouble, and rang the bell to Helen's apartment.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond. Miss Asher's expecting you, sir. She's in the library.
Thank you, Francis. How's your health?
Oh, my health, sir, is very good, thank you.
Well, now, this may come as a shock. But, Francis, about the money I owe you.
Oh, don't fret about it, sir. It will take.
I'm going to pay you what I owe you.
You're going to... Oh, dear. Oh, perhaps I'd better sit down. Oh, my word.
Now, there, Francis.
Richard, is that you?
It ain't Tom Swift, baby.
Come on in the library.
Well, okay. But it'll do you no good, my dove. I'm a cripple, a battle-torn veteran.
Well, I don't want your muscles, Rick. I'm blue, and I want you to sing to me.
Oh, Helen, baby, I don't want to sing. I want
Rick, I'm blue. I need cheering up. Now be nice and sing.
Well, okay, honey. How's this, huh? I can see, no matter how near you'll be, you'll never belong to me. But I can dream, can't I? Can't I pretend that I'm locked in the bed of your embrace? For dreams are just like wine, and I am drunk with mine. I'm aware my heart is a sad affair. There's much disillusion there, but I can dream, can't I? Can't I adore you? Although we are oceans apart, I can't make you open your heart, but I can dream, can't I? Oh, there. Still feeling blue, baby?
Oh, Ricky, come
Here I am. Oh, now I'm contented. You in my arms, my bills paid off, and my bills... Oh, for Pete's sake, I forgot Francis.
here. Francis? What are you talking about?
Come with me, I'll show you. Now, there he is. Francis, you all right?
Oh, yes, sir. I think so, sir.
Rick, will you tell me what's going on in my own home?
Well, honey, I paid Francis off, and the shock of having to give back my gun and badge undid him.
Oh, well, are you feeling better, friend?
Not very much, Miss Asher. It's that badge and license.
Will you miss him that much, Francis?
Well, sir, to be very honest, there's a waitress in a tea shop down the street with whom I've been, if you pardon the expression, having a fling.
Francis, you?
Oh, that's not the worst, Miss Asher. I'm afraid I've been a bit of a fraud with her as well. In fact, with 7 of the waitresses there.
Now, wait. Where does my badge and license enter into it? Did you hock them for crumpet?
Oh, much worse, Mr. Diamond. You see, to all the waitresses of Miss Tuppingham's tea shop, I am Richard Diamond, private detective.
Oh, no.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Nick Herbert, Gene Tatum, William Conrad, Carl Avery, and Bob Carroll. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's story was written by Herb Purdom and edited and directed by Blake Edwards. See the Richard Diamond picture story in the December issue of Movie Stars Parade. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Listen tonight to NBC for a star lineup of entertainment. Every Saturday on NBC, you can hear such stellar programs as Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, Grand Ole Opry, and songs by Morton Downey. There's always a program of interest on NBC, so keep tuned here.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Oh, murder.
Oh, Sam, have you had a hard day?
Murderous? 9 this morning, I grinned through 25 poses, count them, over dishes of all 25 varieties of Sanderson succulent soup, a meal in a can. Then,
Really, Sam?
Then I was imprisoned in a plush chair for 2 hours with a glass in my hand.
No.
Yes, of Brannigan's Bog, the whiskey that smells like Old Ireland.
Sounds interesting.
It wasn't. They wouldn't let me touch it till after.
Aw.
And for the rest of the afternoon, I've been pulling up my trousers.
Woo!
For a series of leg art shots which will bear the legend, Samuel Spade, prominent San Francisco detective, says McGonagall's grip tight is the garter for me.
Oh, Sam, how thrilling to be prominent.
Maybe so, but fame is a sometime thing, sweetheart. Just a flash bulb in the pan, as you will agree when you have heard my report on the Cheesecake Caper. I ought to be in pictures. I'm beautiful to see.
Oh, Sam, it was a photography caper?
Yes, and as it developed, it was a snap. Does that make you shatter?
Oh, Sam.
Well, have you got any photography jokes?
No.
All right, then. We just saved 30 seconds. And, by the way, Miss Perrine, statistics prove that 9 out of 10 private secretaries have the pencil ready when the boss comes in. Why do you always have to be number 10?
Well, I'm ready, Sam. Here's the pencil.
That's better. 2, Homicide Division, San Francisco Police Department. Attention, Lieutenant Kelsey from Samuel Spade, license number 127596. Subject for Cheesecake Caper. Dear Kelsey. Down. Cheesecake, to me, was something that cost 25 cents on the a la carte side of a menu up until now. As a matter of fact, the cheesecake theme didn't make itself felt until sometime after the beginning of this, which was the phone call at high noon, just as I was wondering where I'd eat. Sam Spade.
Mr. Spade, I gotta see you right away. What are you doing?
About to go to lunch. Who's this?
I'll tell you later. I gotta see you first. Right now.
Well, all right. Do you want to come to my office?
No, I'm at Barney's Grill. You know where that is?
Yeah, I know where that is. Who will I ask for?
Just go in and order a sandwich. Nobody sent for you, see? You just come in for lunch.
I just go... let me get this straight now. You hiring me?
Yeah, $50 in it, Mr. Spade. All I got. But remember, you don't know nothing about it, see? You just came by for lunch.
Wednesday is when they have sauerbraten and potato pancakes at Barney's, but then it had been only that very morning that my secretary, Miss Effie Perrine, had looked at my figure, of which she is usually inordinately fond, and made certain remarks to the effect that a few of my pounds needed devaluating. So I decided on a sandwich. The business crowd hadn't arrived, so I slid into a vacant booth, ordered my sandwich, and waited for something to happen.
Well, Spade.
Huh?
You remember me, Spade, Fred Malloy?
Yeah, afraid so. Last I heard, you were in Cleveland.
Yeah, but I'm in San Francisco now.
Well, Cleveland's gain is our loss.
I like it here.
Maybe they had a hot spell in Cleveland, huh?
Heat never bothered me much.
Yeah, you ought to be used to that by now.
Let's talk about you, Spade. How's business, huh?
Please, I'm eating.
Yeah, so I noticed. You like Barney's, huh?
As good as the next joint, yeah.
I mean, you come in here all the time, regular. You ain't here on business now, are you, Spade?
Sure, Freddie, sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, making a little deal.
Yeah, who with?
Barney, corned beef on rye.
Oh.
Hey, sir. One corned beef on...
What's the matter?
Oh, the cook loused it up, sir. You said rye, didn't you? This here's wheat.
Oh, that's all right. Here.
No. I'll fix it up, sir. Only
I'll forget it. I said wheat's all right. Now, how about a cup of coffee and I'm all set?
Denny.
Yeah?
You said you were going off duty.
Yeah, I know. I'm just finishing up a couple of orders. I'll get my hat.
Never mind the hat. Come on, Denny. I'm parked out front. I hate to get wrong with cops.
Yeah. Okay. Tell the boss
I already told the boss. Get going. So long, Spade.
Just stay there and enjoy your sandwich, sir.
Yeah, so long. The waiter, of course, was the guy who called me, a white-faced young kid sweating with his black tie up under his left ear. They walked outside and got into a car parked in front of the restaurant. Of all things, a limousine with a liveried chauffeur. I watched through the front doors. It pulled away, picked up the license number, and called the Department of Motor Vehicles. The car belonged to Mike Sheldon, known to reporters of the North Beach section as Uncle Mike, a white-haired, jolly-faced gentleman of dubious means and still more dubious methods who had something to do with politics. What he had to do with a weasel like Freddie Malloy, much less a poor waiter boy at Barney's, was something to ponder. I sidled back to my booth and attacked the corned beef on wheat. My teeth, instead of going all the way through the sandwich, which is the way I like it, struck something firm and unyielding. I pulled from between the lettuce and the bread a wax paper envelope. Inside was a $50 bill and a small photograph of a blonde. Denny, the waiter, had scribbled 3 words in the corner of it. Find this girl.
You care for some more coffee, sir? I got
Yeah. Bring the pot, will you? And, waiter.
Yes, sir?
This, Denny, the kid who was just here. What's his last name?
Denny? It's Weston. Denny Weston.
Yeah, okay. Where's he live, you know?
Well, I'm not sure. I think he has an apartment out around Larkin Street somewhere, but I'm not sure. Is he a funny kid?
Yeah, what's funny about him?
Well, I mean, working as a waiter in a joint like this when his sister had all that dough living in that knobby little apartment and all, you know.
Who's his sister?
Monica Weston. You must have heard of her. Used to be a dancer in some joint over in North Beach.
Well, I don't get around much anymore.
Well, you saw the papers, didn't you?
She was in the papers?
Yeah, committed suicide. Then he nearly went off his rocker.
Wait a minute. Look, is this here his sister?
Oh, let me see. No. Monica was a redhead. This here's a blonde. Well, I'd better get you that coffee while it's out. Be right with you.
I examined my sandwich for further clues, found nothing except corned beef, so I put it back together and began to eat it while I scrutinized the picture of the blonde. A nice-looking girl in her 20s, no scars, birthmarks, buck teeth, or anything else to set her apart from roughly 25,000 other blondes in San Francisco. There were a couple of points, though. The picture was about 2 inches square, showing her head and shoulders, and her hand was up to her face as if she was surprised at something near the camera. On one of her fingers was a ring, which I couldn't quite make out. On the back of the picture were the letters L-P. Now, this is probably the credit stamp of some professional photographer. I abandoned my sandwich, thumbed through the yellow section of the phone book, and stifled a cry of triumph as I discovered the firm of Leonard and Perkins, photographers, with an office on Bush Street, where forthwith I went.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Spade. I don't think we did that here.
You're sure that's not your mark on the back, Mr. Leonard?
Oh, positive. And anyway, that's not the kind of work we do. Looks like an outdoor flash shot. Ours is all studio stuff. Funny trimming it down like that.
Trimming it down?
Yeah, this is probably a standard 8x10. Someone just got the center out of it.
Thanks very much. Bye. So I went to the telephone book again, but instead of looking for the L-P as the front initials of the firm, I looked for them in the middle, since both ends of the photographer's credit stamp were trimmed off. And I ran across an outfit called Cal Pictures on Harrison Street.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to speak to the proprietor, please.
There's 3 of them. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Silverian, Mr. Brennis. Take your pick.
Murphy will do.
He's out.
How about Silverian?
Tied up with Mr. Brennis.
Where are they tied up?
First door to your right. That's the main studio. Do not enter if the red light is on.
Heaven forfend.
No.
Al, will you let me do it, Mike?
No, there is no human.
I have seen photographers at work in my time, but not like this. I saw now why they were tied up. They were fit to be tied. In the middle of the studio was a mass of equipment that looked like a cross between the Palomar telescope and an atom smasher, with what seemed to be a stretched-out accordion on the bottom. All of it pointed at something lit up by floodlights on a small table. When I got up close, I found out what it was. Brennis and Silveria were photographing a plate of pork and beans.
Al, for crying out loud, look at that pork.
What is the matter with that pork?
What's the matter with it? It just lies there.
What do you expect it to do, Chemmy?
Excuse me, fellas,
When did we hire you?
You didn't. I only wanted to...
don't pay any attention to him, John. Now, come on, focus.
Focus. Now, what's the use? Why waste the shot? You know what he said? The pork's got to have get up and go.
Get up and go.
It's got to look succulent. It's got to look married to those beans.
What do you want me to do? Sprinkle it with orange sauce?
Look, fellas, I really don't want to interrupt.
No good, Silveri. You know what they're going to run under the shot, don't you? Noose bombs, New England pork and beans, married in the can.
Can I be best man?
What? Okay, what do you want?
I'm only Sam Spade, a private detective, trying to locate this girl here.
What girl?
Ever seen her?
Sure.
Where?
Well, this is our shot.
Huh?
Look, you remember, Al, the cheesecake job the other night? Look at it.
Oh, yeah.
Cheesecake job?
Down at the railroad.
Yeah, that was for Norby's nifty nylon.
You mean this girl's a model?
No. She walked in front of the camera at just the wrong time and loused up the shot. We had to shoot it over.
Yeah, we had a model with a pair of Norby's nylons on, see? Well-known brand of stocking, and the idea was to stand her up next to a train coming down at the depot there.
Then what we tried to do was get a shot of her fixing a guard, a leg guard, you know.
Yeah.
Sure fire.
Yeah, with a lot of admiring glances from the crowd.
Brand new idea. Yeah. Real train, real station, real people.
Documentary.
Yeah. So Al sets up the camera, and the model mixed with the garter, and I whistle to get the crowd's eye, and we set off the flash. But the dame here walked in front of the camera.
However, it was not her fault.
No, it was an awful nice kid. We told her to drop by, we'd give her the shot.
Great, swell. What's her name?
I don't know her name.
Did she come by?
Yeah, a couple of mornings ago. I gave her the print and the negative, too.
Got any other copies of it?
Well, I don't know. It'll take us a while to check the file.
Oh, it's
Well, look, do that, will you? And if you find anything, here's my phone number.
Yeah. Now, as I was saying about that fork, John,
again with a
your
fork.
fork is your fork. There is nothing you can do to
I
flavor it.
glamorize the number of forks.
So I bought an afternoon paper and went back to the office to take the load off my feet and mull over this latest turn of events. I mulled, decided to contact Denny Weston, my client, found his phone number in the book, and was about to call when the phone went off in my hand. Sam Spade.
Spade, this is Denny Weston, the waiter. I'm the guy who...
Yeah, I know. I was about to call you.
Don't call me, understand? You don't know me. I never saw you.
Wait a minute now. I've been chasing that blonde all afternoon.
You got your $50, didn't you?
What's the matter? Is Freddie standing there with a gun at your back?
Shut up about Freddie.
Okay, then let's talk about your sister Monica, or maybe this blonde you stuck in my corned beef sandwich. And don't let Freddie throw a scare into you. Hello, Denny? So, that left me with a set of grim suspicions, a $50 bill, and no client. I put my feet up on the desk and opened the paper. Then I put my feet back down on the floor. On the front page was a picture of my blonde with a caption over it reading, "You know this girl." I took the other picture out of my pocket and compared them. They were the same except for one thing. The picture in the paper was taken on a slab in the city morgue. While putting my shoes back on, I read the article under the picture of my blonde. It was simple enough. She'd turned up in the bay near the yacht harbor an hour before with a bullet in her back. The paper said nothing about identification. It didn't have to. Knowing you as I do, Lieutenant, I realized if there had been anything on the body to identify it, the picture wouldn't have been in the paper.
Now, pictures, Prentice.
This is Spade. You got anything on that front of the blonde?
But we're still on the pork and beans.
Yeah, well, drop it for now, will you? And check the files. And if you find the print, sit on it or put it in the safe or something. Understand?
But the pork and
The pork and beans will have to wait until we find who put the lady in the bay. I had a pretty good idea who put the lady in the bay, but why and how to prove it was something else again. So I turned back to the picture, got out my 15-cent store magnifying glass, and took a closer look at the ring in her hand. It seemed to be black, shaped like a shield with a gold center that looked like a dagger and a mask. 5 telephone calls later, I found the company that made it. We're an honor society at the University of California.
Blue and gold office.
Is that the campus yearbook, the blue and gold?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Do you publish the pictures of the members of the Mask and Dagger Society?
We sure do. Who's this?
My name is Spade. I'm trying to locate one of the members of the society. Have you got the yearbook files in your office?
Clear back to 1895.
Well, good. Get out the books from about 1940 on, will you? I'll be over in a half hour. We found her in the class of 1941. Her name was Helen McKelvey.
What is it?
I understand a Miss Helen McKelvey lived here.
No, I never heard of her.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not going to hurt you. You're the landlady here, aren't you?
I tell you, I don't know any McKelvey.
Well, the city directory lists her at this address.
It must be a mistake.
I don't think so.
I don't know anything. I said
Come on now, sit down. Do you good to get it off your mind. There you are. Sit down.
But I don't know anything.
Oh, look, that's not going to help any. I told you, I'm on your side.
Who are you?
Sam Spade. I'm a private detective. Now, you know where Helen McKelvey is right now, I suppose.
Yes, I do.
Well, I'm trying to find out who put her there and why.
Then what?
I'll hang it on him if I can. That's why I'm here. Now, tell me, what did Helen have to do with Mike Sheldon? Come on.
Well, I don't know much about it. She was a lovely girl. Strange, she kept things to herself mostly.
What kind of things?
She was doing some kind of political work in the North Beach district.
You mean she was working for Mike Sheldon?
Oh, against him.
Oh?
They were trying to defeat him, expose his rackets and his gambling, and heaven knows what else he was involved in.
Heaven knows indeed.
She took it all so seriously. Petitions and leaflets and telephone calls.
I see.
I kept telling her she was working too hard, and her health would go. And it did. The last election time, she spent a week in the hospital. But it was all useless. Sheldon was too big, too powerful. Why, he never even heard of her.
I can guarantee you didn't know her by sight.
I know. And then last week, a strange thing happened. I arranged for her to spend the weekend with my sister in Palo Alto.
Mm-hmm.
She came back Monday, totally excited. And at last she had a weapon against Mike Sheldon.
What did she mean?
I don't know. But it wasn't just Sheldon. It was his whole organization. She sounded crazy, like she was going to tackle them all by herself.
Then what?
And she packed her suitcase and moved out for some hotel. She wouldn't say where. I was worried about her. I looked through her room afterwards. That's when I found this clipping.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
Last Thursday's Chronicle.
Does it help?
Police seek motive in showgirl suicide. Investigation of circumstances surrounding the suicide of Monica Weston, nightclub dancer, moved into its third day without producing a reason why the girl apparently took her own life Friday night by leaping from a southbound train. I took off for headquarters where, as you'll recall, Kelsey, we went over the file on the showgirl caper. As you'll also recall, we came up with nothing that wasn't in the newspaper. The girl had apparently climbed aboard the train at 3rd and Townsend, eased down the aisle to the end of the car where a porter had left the door open, and flung herself off on the straightaway stretch near South City, where the train hits it up around 70 miles an hour. She'd been pretty, unaccountably prosperous, and hardly a candidate for suicide. But nothing had turned up in her background to set her up as a candidate for murder, either. So that's where it stood. 2 dead young ladies and a missing cheesecake photograph of Norby's nifty Nylon. Feeling this is enough for a day, I limped back to my apartment. I tossed my hat on the bed and started to pour myself a drink.
Oh, you never want to do that, Spade.
Huh? Oh, Freddie.
Dumb stunt tossing your hat on the bed. It's bad luck.
Yeah, that's not so bad, Freddie. Well, I expect to go home to a cold, empty apartment, and I find you. How about a drink?
Oh, no, thanks. I didn't come to drink.
Oh, how'd you get in? Walk under the door?
Oh, in a gay mood, ain't you?
I'm the cheerful type.
Had a busy day, Spade?
Oh, ran a few errands. You know, there's an ugly rumor running around town, Freddie.
Huh?
They're saying Uncle Mike Sheldon played sucker for this Monica Weston dame, that she was shaking him down and he got tired of it, what with the election coming up and all.
Yeah?
It's a fact. And they say she didn't commit suicide at all.
Well, where'd you hear this?
In Union Square while I was feeding the pigeons.
You think I'm kidding, huh? You think I'm kidding?
Now, wait. You know what happens to boys who play with guns, Freddie?
Shut up. Go on, answer it.
Okay. Hello.
Mr. Spade?
Yeah?
Silvery at Cal Pictures.
Uh-huh.
Listen, about that cheesecake shot.
Oh, now, Luella, don't take on. So I didn't mean it that way.
Luella? No, I'm talking about the cheesecake shop down at the depot.
Luella, honey, the girl is only a good friend. It's all your imagination.
Well, it's not my imagination. We found the print in the files, and it's here. The secretary just pulled a boner.
Whatever do you mean?
Someone named Mike Sheldon called, and she told him that we had it. Now, he's on his way here to pick
No,
it up.
no, listen, Luella, don't do it. I'll be right down. Sorry, Freddie.
No. You ain't going nowhere,
Look,
Spade.
Freddie, this girl, she's all worked up about nothing.
Even the pigeons, huh? Listen, you want to know what you were doing, Spade?
What?
I'll tell you. 1:30 p.m. Went to a photographer on Harrison Street. 3 p.m. across to the campus at Berkeley. 10 after 4 to a rooming house on Bay Street. And from 5:30 to 7 at headquarters. Feeding the pigeons, huh?
You're just like Luella, Freddie. Your imagination's running away with you. Come on, have a drink.
Now, I told you I don't want to drink.
The bottle was half full, but it seemed like a good investment. Freddie took it just over the left ear, side, and sat on the floor. I dragged him into the closet, locked it, and took off the Cal pictures.
All right, Al, have it your way. Well, if we lose a New Farm New England bean account, don't come sniffling to me.
Where's the picture?
Hello, Spade.
Oh, come on, John. Now focus down on it. Let's get this thing.
The beans. 2 days' work.
Hey, what's the big idea?
I'm sorry, fellas. I accidentally hit it with my elbow. I'll buy you a new can tomorrow. Where's the picture?
On the table there.
I brought her over to the floodlight and looked at it. The blonde was in the foreground, blocking out the model with the garter. But the shot wasn't entirely worthless, since directly behind her, about to get on the train, looking squarely into the camera, was Monica Weston, the dead showgirl. And with her, with his white mane a-flying, was you-know-who.
Now, wait a minute. You can't barge in like this.
All right, hold it, boys.
I ducked out of the circle of light as they came in. Sheldon first, and 3 others. The gun in my hand made me feel better, but not much better. They closed the door, and the room was pitch dark again, except for the spot of light in the center.
Okay, Spade, where is it? I know you're in there, Spade.
You're a little late, Sheldon. We sent it to headquarters.
Yeah? Well, I think you've got it right here.
She had a negative, you know. Mailed them around like postcards.
I'm not worried about the others. Come on now, let's have it. You hear what I said, Spade?
Yeah? Come and get it.
Okay. Now, hold it, boys. Okay, Spade. I'll come and get it.
Good old New Farm Speed. He got it for me, stepped squarely on the porch, looked, knocked over the light stand, and we were all in the dark. I groped my way toward the door, came up against a shelf full of supplies, when somebody rammed me by the skirt, and the shelf went over. It sounded like a machine gun company on battle maneuvers. The mob hit the door in a rush, all that is except Sheldon, whom we found when we finally got the lights back on, trying to untangle himself from A, the floodlight stand, B, the table that had held the pork and beans, and C, 50 feet of light cable. Silveria was sitting in the middle of everything, sobbing softly.
3 brand new crates.
$450 worth of flat.
And our last can of nuts-bound pork and beans.
And that Kelsey is the wine for that. Now I have in your hands my account of the affair, plus the cheesecake photograph, plus Michael Sheldon, who is, I admit, a fairly solid adversary. But, of course, this is fairly solid ammunition. Period, and a report. Make an extra copy of that for Denny Weston, if and when he ever comes out of that hole he ducked into when Sheldon started making with a threat.
Oh, if I'd had the least notion you were in such peril. I've been worried to death.
The peril didn't start until the next day, sweetheart.
The next day?
Well, that's when Brennis looked at me, squinted, and said, you know, Al, this guy's got just the face for Brannigan's Bog, the whiskey that smells like Old Ireland.
Oh, how awful.
A fate worse than death, sweetheart, but that is all behind me, while directly in front of you is, of course, the...
Because Yes, sir. I'll have it right away. The blonde, Sam. What was she trying to do with a picture of Uncle Mike with the other girl at the station?
You mean, why didn't she go to the police like any normal human being?
Oh.
Well, it's hard to say, F. She was really a sincere reformer. From here, it looks like she was trying to work up a partnership with the dead showgirl's brother. Maybe put the squeeze on Uncle Mike and force him to come across with names, numbers, and salaries of the members of his graft machine. Besides,
What?
she was a woman. Come here. A mad, unpredictable, illogical creature.
Oh, Sam.
Effie Perrine, the non-alcoholic secretary that contains lanolin.
Well, that's better than Brannigan's dog, a whiskey that smells like Old Ireland.
Sure, that's a fine broth of a girl she are, and I'll be saying good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade stars Howard Duff as Spade, with Lorene Tuttle as Effie. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.